Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville, and welcome back to another FDM style bust. Yep, another one of these. This was printed out on the Bamboo X1, still without the point .4 nozzle. This is the one we painted a couple days ago, also point .4 nozzle. 0.08 layer height. Now this one had the adaptive layers, this one, I don't think this one did. Pretty sure this one here didn't, but that did not work out too shabby. Right there again, that was our Thursday? Yeah, I think this was our Thursday paint session right here. That was pretty fun. Did some of the object source lighting here. Not gonna do the object source lighting, but we've got some fun stuff with the cloth here. You can see we got the greens going on in there. You got the skin tones. You got whatever this is down here. You got the barnacles and all that kind of stuff. Hair, mostly indigo, I think. Yeah, it was mostly indigo. Hey there, Landrast. Oh, that's right. I gotta give me some of this here violet out on the palette. Let's do that. So, hopefully you have already been victorious in that contest of wills, as we might say. Nope, that is not the purple. That's not the purple. There it is. That's what we're looking for. This thing right here. And boom, there it is. All right.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Frozen Toes. Appreciate that. Hopefully there are no frozen toes right now. So Frozen Toes, I hope that you're doing good. Thanks so much. Well, Frozen Toes, it's been pretty wild. I gotta say, painting these, and this was done on the bamboo right here. That's not a resin bust. And this one should be really interesting because, again, the resolution on this is even better than this one right here. Also, we orientated it in a different way, and I do think that made a big difference. All right, let's get a move on here. Let's start doing some stuffs on this here thing. Well, Frozen Toes, that can definitely happen, right? It's kind of tough to, well, especially when life does life things, right? And for a lot of folks, life keeps doing life things. Actually, the Frozen Toes. Speaking of paint, I mean, when you have had a chance to paint, hopefully you've been able to make some progress too on different things that you're hoping to get done. Now, so Landress, the big terrain board, that's going to be looking nifty. Actually, the black PLA just came in today. Big old box of 10 rolls. Actually, Landress, believe it or not, I mean, call me crazy, but I'm kind of tempted to look and see. Yeah, that's if it's still there. I might get another set of 10. I know that's insane, but you know, these days you never quite know, do you? Great to see you, Armored Wolf again. Sorry for the delays. There was tons and tons of messages. Let's keep doing this. So yeah, Frozen Toes. The big thing has been doing the experiments here with the FDM printing for stuff like this. Now I have also been experimenting with printing out miniatures. Obviously, everything is bigger. I mean, there's no reason to be printing out miniatures on the FDM printer, right? Just for big stuff, it just makes more sense. And of course, it's not going to be the same. Actually, it was at the Shadiversity, right? They were doing a demo on a sword that they got sent from Timu, and it was like $80, and they said, look, it's better in some ways than a lot of the swords we got for $300, and since it's only $80, we could get a few of these, and we could use them just for demos. If they get destroyed, it doesn't really matter. Doing that with a $500 sword is a whole different thing. So that's kind of the rationale here, is that you're able to do some of this stuff and not have to shell out huge bucks. I'm glad Frozen Toes that you've been able to do that. Again, sorry that the start times have been so much later. I had actually hoped that in, say, well, now it's February, in January, or at least by February, the Saturday ones will like today could start earlier. There's just unfortunately there's logistical things that really don't work in my favor, at least not right now. Nice to see you there, JS Twitch. Now Twitch, I guess. Is it mostly infantry? Do you have any artillery teams? I'm assuming that you got the usual requisite mortar, the usual machine gun team, the MMG. You probably got maybe a transporter too to put together. That's it. I guess I wasn't sure what kind of basing that you might have settled on. And of course, with bolt action stuff, then you have to, okay, what era is it? What's the theater of operations? There's all kinds of interesting decisions to make with bolt action there. A couple of Greyhounds. Where's my. Uh, I had an M18 that I had done. Actually, was that the Google Photo Memories, whatever? That popped up today, and I guess apparently on this day in was it 2017? No, 2019. Yeah, 2019. I guess I was doing either. Must have been a Facebook. Yeah, it was probably a Facebook Live or YouTube Live. I was actually painting a Samwa, and I was doing it with the oils. And first of all, it was a different table here. And second of all, there was almost nothing on the table. It's really weird to think of just how primitive that first setup was. You have an M18 in the key. Well, that's good. That is good, Twitch. Let me see. So Toady, this is it's done with the .4 nozzle, .08 layer height, and that's what all the experiments have been. I think you saw this one, right, Toady? We were doing this one. This one was also done with the .08 layer height. Now, this one had adaptive layers. I'm pretty sure this one did not. I don't think this one did. It's possible, but I don't think this one had the adaptive layers or the adaptive height. Okay, good enough on that. Let's start fooling around out here. Let me just, yeah, we'll grab this. I'll grab this here. A little more of you. And this seems super light. It's actually not super light. Now, I don't know if you've been working on any terrain there for your bolt action stuff, GS. Made a whole bunch of bolt action terrain back in the day. Alright, here we go. Okay, we're just gonna fill in this in for right now. At this point, you will see some of the layer lines. However, later on, you ain't going to be seeing the layer lines. Because that was the case with our one from Thursday. You could kind of see stuff early on, and then eventually it's like, whoa, what happened to all them layer lines? Let me get a little bit more of that Mars red. Oh, some more colors did arrive. So those ones that I got off of Dick Blick, those came in. Well, Twitch, I'm glad that you got some terrain, though. I'm glad that you were able to get some terrain. That is, well, right, Landras, that giant terrain piece that you got there is very important. Hey there, Black Skull, how you doing? Thanks, Black Skull. Actually, Black Skull, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, same thing there, JS Twitch. Frozen Toes, if there's something you want to post, I know you haven't been able to paint that much lately, but if there's something you want to post, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Black Skull a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Oh, there they are. Here's my fuel burts. So yeah, Toady, that was something that we really noticed. Let's see, well, actually, first here when we were doing the Candish yurts, we said, "Wow, that those layer lines really disappear." Then where's our easterling terrain? Then we noticed here again, the layer lines disappear when we were doing the ships. Same thing, and then especially on the Hobbit holes, we did 6 of these guys, and it all just kind of disappeared. So Blank Skull, great to see you again. Appreciate you being here. And again, of course, Black Skull, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're just gonna start getting a little bit of something on here. Just a little something. Now, again, the other thing about these particular busts is that they're not hollow strictly on the inside. I mean, they've got the infill, the sparse infill, but they're not totally hollow. So not just a shell like a resin print would be. Obviously, you just pull these right off of the. Well, again, you just pull them right off of the build plate, and you can handle them, do whatever you want with them, right? That's again, we did a bunch of these. This is going to be. I'll be probably filming this tomorrow, among other things. So yeah, it's very handy. It is less expensive, that's for sure, on this bigger stuff. Again, stuff like miniatures, that's going to be printed out on the resin printer. But for stuff like this, it's a different story. Again, so Black Skull, you want to share anything in the chat? Again, please go ahead and do that if you want to. Come on, give me more of that manganese blue in there. What is this down here? Is that should be my Prussian blue down there? All we're doing here just fooling around, getting some of this later stuff down, and then we'll build from here, like you do. We'll be doing some of our glazy stuff. I mean, you really probably wouldn't take too many painted busts and go, yeah, knock knock, who's there? So it's always got some primer on it, although we can. We're talking about that, right, Jody? That we've done some things without the primer. This is just the brushed on Stynylrez, essentially. No, speaking of bolt action, it's a combination of the black Stynylrez and the terracotta or the rust-colored Stynylrez. So yeah, totally. When I saw that at first, I was like, well, we definitely printed this, and I was like, I think that meant prime. I think it meant prime. The autocorrect monster has not been kind, Toady. Not to me and not to anybody else I know today. It's been a bugger. Hey there, Leaky Spigot, how you doing? I hope that well, yeah, that's right. Saturday has gone well. Again, I kind of lost. I'm kind of short a day here because I lost yesterday. So again, sorry that I could not stream yesterday. At least it seems like the results were positive, to say the least. Again, that can change on a dime in this sort of situation, but at least the yesterday, and it seems like today, there was a continuation of the positive results. So we'll take it. We'll take it. You never. It's kind of like what is? Oh yeah, you never turn down free. That's for sure. Free is always good. And sometimes you just gotta say, I'll take the W in this situation here. Alrighty. We're gonna wander up this way here on the hair. Yeah, this one, the earrings actually printed out. On the other one, the smaller one, again, the way it was oriented to that was not that wouldn't help, but that was it's part of the learning process. We oriented this a different way. And again, all of these were printing workshop episodes on the Patreon page. So JS again. Sometimes folks, they do the sealing before they do the decals, or they'll put the gloss varnish on there because they want the decals to be able to slide around better, to position them. Me, I really hate decals, so I usually tend to not use those and just paint this freehand on there. But as long as you give the oils just at least a chance to be, they should definitely obviously be dry to the touch. But if you can give them a little extra time beyond that, that can't hurt. Now, I don't know if you're going to be using microsol or microset. Kind of depends. Well, the microsol kind of depends where the decals are going. If they're going over panel lines or rivets or something else. Generally, I've never really had any luck with the microsol. I suppose the microset has worked, but no way to really tell. Hey there, Blades. How you doing? Everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow. So sorry today wasn't exactly ideal there, Blades. Hopefully, at least in the later part of the day, things have improved somewhat. Nice to see you there, JD. Let's see, JD. Kids and printers will turn your hair. You too can have this gray hair in no time at all, right? Between kids and also recalcitrant pets, right? Blades and flying porch or no, flying balcony tables also. Sorry that it got worse there, Blades. Sorry I didn't shoot you any messages to see what was kind of going on there. So if you want to fill me in after the stream and such, let me know what's going on there. Sorry that it's not getting any better. Okay, so again, we're doing the dry brushy stuff now. That's all we're doing, just doing the dry brushy stuff. Now we'll get this on a couple of the parts of the sleeves here. Now again, some of this, when you do see texture on here, some of it, I mean, it's cloth. So there's, and everybody's all about painting texture on cloth these days, right? Everything's all the cool kids are painting cloth texture now. Thanks, Blades. And again, Black Skull, I hope that you're doing well. And again, if you wanted to post some, same thing there, Blades. Sorry, jeez, I'm like. Again, I apologize if the brain is a little bit out of whack here. There was a little bit of a spot of bother, of course, yesterday, and a wee bit of a disruption in the sleep schedule. Now I'm just going to pop this right on here, actually, just because. We'll let that just mix in there. We got to get me some Perlene red out here. That's it. I knew I was going to. There was a color I was supposed to get out on that palette, and couldn't remember what that was. So again, this is where we're heading. We're 19 minutes in. We're working our way towards that. And again, this was the Thursday stream right here. I think this was about 5 hours, right, Blades, before Twitch decided to end the stream. Yeah. Oh, and where did I? Oh, here it is. It's down here. So look at this. This arrived today. Hopefully not frozen, because remember we're just about out of this. So I was expecting a slightly lighter container, larger container, but I'll take it. And also too, here's the new stuff that showed up. So yeah, we got things like the regular Hansa yellow medium. There's also 3 different, or is it 4 different Griffin colors in there. We will be doing a bunch of, was it some color theory and oils episodes for sure with those. Almost using that like a blending brush. Now we're going to get us some of this out here. Sorry about that, Black Skull. Well, I guess speaking of blizzards, I guess especially the Northeast is going to get really, they're going to get pummeled. Could be multiple nor'easters. I was hearing things like, say, cumulative snowfall around a foot and a half, something like that. Again, that's not all at once. That's over the course of probably maybe 8 to 10 days ish, something like that. Thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. So again, Blades says, sorry that I wasn't able to kind of shoot you more notes. Obviously, today was a day of trying to inform people. I was trying to find out stuff and then pass along the information. So, Toady, the thinner that I get is the high quality thinner, right? It's this right here. I think you've seen it show. Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is the sub brand, and much like you were saying, there you go. That's all I got. That's a water bottle cap. I ain't worried about that. I know that folks get kind of anxious about that sort of thing, and there really is no reason for that. I mean, unless you're fixing to take a sip of it, you'll be just fine. Ain't nothing going to happen to you. And unless you routinely drink out of a water bottle cap, you don't have to worry about the accidental consumption of your paint water. Right, Blades? I keep hearing people saying that all the time, like they accidentally drank their paint water or something. If it's a water bottle cap, again, you're probably, again, I can't say 100%, but you're less likely, at least, you're less likely to maybe consume some of it. Everybody, please check out the link that Blades just shared. So Black Skull, I'm in the process of, filming multiple videos here. This is one of them where we took these Moonlight Minis figures and made those. Oh, also, too, of course, here's the, where did my keyboard go? Again, this is not the easiest thing to do here, but there's the, there's the merch store. Oh, and I did find out today that essentially if you are a regular streamer like us, you get 50 items. So if you're a whatchamacallit, a partner or something like that, you get, I guess that's where you get your 50 or 150. I would have to do whatever the not turbo, I forget what the heck it's called now. It's ultra. Yeah, you got to upgrade to ultra, and I think that's something like $40 a month or whatever. So I don't think that's going to be happening. I'm throwing it out there. I don't think that's going to be happening. So yeah, Blades, of course, people might be drinking their paint water out of the Book of Wapple mugs. Oh, I think, Blades, I sent you the picture. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I got those here. Let me see if here we go. Wait. Time out. There they are. So that's what that showed up. Yes, actually yesterday while I was gone. Those showed up. I got to tell you, that was the best packaging I ever saw. It was so good. I'm like, I almost dropped the thing trying to get the stuff out of there because it was really, that was some pretty amazing packaging, I gotta say. I was super impressed by that. You could probably kick that across the floor and have nothing happen to it. I wouldn't recommend it, but if it happened accidentally, you might be still okay. Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? Sorry it's so darn late there, Horns fan. Yeah, sorry about that. So hopefully you're doing okay there, Horns fan. I'll try and shoot you a message maybe with some updates on stuff here. But yeah, sorry all these things have been so darn late. It is, of course, the time of darkness and great sorrow, right, Horns fan? We still mourning the loss of the college football season. Let's see. Landrast, it was toilet paper plus. There was tissue involved, but there was quite the cardboard contraption there that they put this thing in. And it does seem like all the stuff is a really good quality. So color me surprised, that's for sure. Yeah, Blades. Well, I won't even be watching it. I'll probably have it on one of the basically one of the podcasts that I listen to. So effectively, they're watching the game, and it's like they're the announcers. On the plus side, there are no commercials because they got to watch the commercials. You don't. Horns fan. Well, speaking of Aussie rules, it's getting closer and closer and closer. Aussie rules are not that. They're really literally just weeks away from the start of the season. Yeah, I know, Blades. We had a little discussion about the CFL there. Let's see. There's the Rough Riders. There's the Alouettes. There's the Argonauts. What's the other? Yeah, there's some of the other teams I don't. Those are like the only four teams that I can routinely remember what they are. Oh, geez, forgot all about my Pearline Red here. One sec, Ola. Where you hiding? Is this you? That's you. Yeah, JD. I think that's the other one. Well, I know that that would be the Calgary team, as I like to call it there. Well, geez, Horns fan. Holy smokes! You just reminded me. Wow. So what was the greatest part about last baseball season, Horns fan? Forget the World Series, forget the playoffs, forget any of that. What was the thing that all baseball fans were riveted to last season? We know exactly what it was, right, Horns fan? And of course, that's what all the national media are talking about. Can the White Sox improve on their record-setting bad season? Can they establish their own new record for futility? Yes, an all-time record for futility. That's what we're looking for this season. Any team can win games, right, Horns fan? And of course, they don't just lose games; they lose them in style. Yeah, they don't just. These aren't just average, ordinary garden variety losses, right? So Landrest, I'm assuming that some of those that banner is due for some beakage there. I saw a banner without a beak, and I'm just thinking, well, actually, Landrest. Now that I'm thinking, you know those plague masks or something like that. Maybe you should have some of your guys wearing those plague masks, because then that way they can be showing the beaks. Here, let's get some more of this out here on this. Let's get a little bit of that up in here. Blending brush, because there. Yeah, Hornsfan, and again, Hornsfan. These are FDM style printed, and so is this one. This is our Thursday stream right here. I'm actually gonna be. I already did like a little YouTube version of this, so it's about 2 hours 20 minutes long. And of course, this is another one. These were from Patreon video right here. I think I had 90 minutes to paint both of these. Seriously, I had 90 minutes to paint those. That's it. You know what? I'm gonna put this aside. Where's my not this one, not this one. Maybe you. Sure. What the heck? Because it's I think I saw. I mean, it was obviously somebody had some of those kind of plague whatever type miniatures, and I was just thinking that, well, there you go, Landress. That's what you should do. Is have the plague masks. Just gonna drop some of that on here, and then we'll drop some of this violet stuff over here, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So yeah, Horns fan. I think I've done about 3 videos now on the Patreon page. Or no, I'm on the 3rd video. That's right. I've done 2. I'm actually filming number 3 right now on the doing this stuff with the alternate approach. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So yeah, now Horns fan, I'm trying to print out some miniatures. Obviously, they're bigger. Oh, look at this. Yeah, see here, Grand Oracle? It's kind of fun to be able to mix that, right? And that's the really nifty thing about this approach with the lighter dry brush and then doing this over the top. Let me get a little bit more of my violet in here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I think I shot you a message with the with some of the notes and stuff, but I'll shoot you another message tonight if I didn't get you all the details from yesterday. And it was weird, Grand Oracle, because I kept thinking, well, okay, it can't be a Friday, right, Sarge? Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It was really bizarre. I think you know the Saturday streams, there was usually every so often like a disruption in the Saturday stream, but the Friday one, it was really weird to kind of not do the Friday one, to say the least. And I was super super disoriented. And obviously, yeah, Sarge, you might hear me say once or twice tonight, Happy Friday or something like that, because in my brain it's still Friday. Because let's see, so they came and got me at 4:40 in the morning yesterday, and I think I got back here at 9:20 or something like that at night. It was something like that. So needless to say, it was dark when I left, and it was dark when I got back. So Grand Oracle's got a Saturn Ultra 16K. Well, I'm glad that showed up. Well, Grand Oracle, you have to let me know how you like that. And Grand Oracle, earlier today, another big batch of the filament showed up. Speaking of Elegoo, and again, this was just a regular black PLA, and I'm tempted again to get another box of that. So, Sarge, I hope that you're doing well. Grand Oracle, that's, I don't know, wouldn't you say that's kind of the future now of printing? Because they can't, well, a lot of folks would say past 8K, you can't see the difference for the most part. It's going to be those features, right, Grand Oracle?
So say
Like
we
you were
all.
saying, like the resin heater. That's a big deal, right, Grand Oracle? That could save a lot of mischief there. Speaking of mischief,
So
let's do
say we
this.
all.
Let's do some of this mischief right here. There we go. All aboard the hype train. All aboard. Or is it the Hypno train, right, Grand Oracle? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. You wish to be able to paint this in 36 minutes. 36 minutes, baby. So yeah, that was that's gotta be real. Well, again, you'll have to send me pictures there, Grand Oracle, of what you get out of there. So JD, that's a family emergency situation, and it's something that's well, it's been weeks and weeks. Well, actually, since September, this situation's been going on. It's basically a situation similar to like what was happening with Kathy. So that was again, that was a thing we were dealing with yesterday, and so that seems to have worked out well, and it seems like it's continuing. But again, with all these kind of things, you never know. Stuff can change super, super, super fast. That's kind of the nature of the beast with these things. Now, speaking of our lighter glazy stuff, this is it's a glaze, but it's not necessarily a lighter glaze. See, look at that. We're gonna be filling in these layer lines here. So yeah, kind of like the bamboo, right? Right, Grand Oracle. It's kind of the features. Obviously, it does a decent job printing. I mean, we got some prints right here, but it's kind of the ease of use and some of those other things, right? That's kind of that's part of a huge part of the appeal of it, wouldn't you say? So thanks, JD. Appreciate that. So yeah, that was I believe it was a 16-hour marathon at the hospital. Now I will. Oh, geez, I don't know if maybe it's here. Maybe it's in the. Oh yeah, here we go. So remember what the Surface Pro was originally intended for? This was for so I could take it to the hospital and do Chidu box stuff while Kathy was there. So ultimately, it did end up getting used for that because I spent about 11 hours doing Chidu box stuff yesterday. So again, to all the folks that contributed to the uh, the acquisition of the Surface Pro, we appreciate that. And again, it's been used to film videos for years. Well, ever since I got it. But it also that was the first time it got used for the original intentions. That was originally what it was gotten for, was so that at the hospital I could do things like Chidu box, video editing, even that sort of thing. So for all the folks that helped make that possible years ago, again, appreciation for sure. Look at this Horns fan. See how that just starts filling all those little layer lines? They just start going away, right? They start to vamoose. They start to go away just like White Sox World Series hopes. Look, we're just obliterating them. Yes, these layer lines are like the hopes of White Sox fans. They get obliterated really fast, right away. So Grand Oracle, again, this was all just the typical Steiner res. Actually, Grand Oracle, If you check out, I think it's the latest printing workshop video. I do the yeah, I do the priming. I do the priming on this thing here, and it wasn't airbrushed, Grant Oracle, not like Smaug, right? Not like Smaug, but actually Grant Oracle. There is another uh, airbrush experiment in the works. What I want to do is print terrain with the lighter filament there, either the beige or the gray, and then we'll try to do the airbrush experiment on the lighter stuff with this, right, Grand Oracle, with these things. Yeah, we want to do that. Thank you so much, Cam. To appreciate that. And of course, again, for the folks that were watching Thursday, that is the result right there. So thanks again for the hype train. We appreciate that. Whoops, wait a minute. We don't want that down there. Wait. What's this? What is this? What is this? This is the pachyderm train, baby. All aboard. Moves a little slow, but it never forgets. There goes the pachyderm express. There it is. So thanks again, Grant. Appreciate that. And thanks, Serge. So again, this is what we're doing here. Again, reprising that. So Grand Oracle, yeah, we kind of really did that with the that Smaug, right? Did the airbrushy stuff there. Actually, Grand Oracle, that was a little bit what I did with the Fell Beasts. Remember? So yeah, Horns fan. I know there's been well, now that obviously all football is basically over, there has been more talk about baseball and the fact that well, they basically are saying things like, okay, you can have the NFL can be okay with teams, small market teams, being kind of at the top, whereas say like the NBA and the MLB, they just don't do well. They do fine with attendance and in-person stuff, but as far as TV goes, they do not do well when small market teams are kind of at the top. So Black Skull says that the Oliphant Railway, if you have extra luggage, it's the way to go because there's plenty of trunk space. Now, Black Skull, of course, should there be any kind of nasty weather that happens along the way, your voyage might get truncated. Yeah, that's something you got to worry about with the Pachyderm Express. Your journey could get truncated. Yeah, Grant Oracle, the key really was that compressor. That was, well, the airbrush doesn't hurt either, right, Grand Oracle? That swallowtail. Oh, by the way, see see them layer lines disappearing more and more and more. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It's I almost feel like the exploration has only kind of just started, and there's a whole lot more exploration on the way. That's kind of how I feel about it. Hopefully, that's kind of how you feel about it too. Here we go. So Black Skull, I mean, it's not like there would ever be elephants coming over the Alps, right? That would never happen. Don't have to worry about that. That's like the last thing that would happen. Oliphants coming over the Alps. This is a little mix here of the manganese blue and the phthalo green right here. I'm gonna try to do a little bit more variation on this maybe than we did on the other bust here, because I maybe had 35 or 40 minutes to paint this. Grand Oracle, I mean, look at this, right? I mean, how that filled in, and we haven't even gotten the lighter stuff on there yet. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I just feel like there's so many interesting potential variations on these themes that we can do. And I really think that the airbrush integrated into this, right? Remember the impact just doing the darker primer had? Think now, the darker primer, the airbrush, the darker glazing over the pre-existing lighter stuff like this. I don't know. There's just so many different avenues, right? So I think it's going to be very, very fun. And again, I think we're only just getting underway. Now, blades, I know that, let's see, are we still doing the thing with Mark this month? Or I wasn't sure if actually, I wasn't sure if we were even doing one this month, because it also depends on how things are going for Munster then. Grant Oracle, I cannot confirm nor deny, but another one of the side reasons for this whole printing larger stuff on the FDM printer was, okay, maybe that gives me more opportunities even to try out this kind of stuff with the airbrush, because it kind of is more advantageous on the bigger stuff, wouldn't you say? Grand Oracle, I haven't been able to try those out yet. Part of it was it just got too cold. It was literally too cold in that area to be able to do the airbrush stuff. And then again, all of the stuff that we knew we were going to be dealing with this week, as far as the medical stuff, that also kind of interrupted the schedule, shall we say. But there will definitely be lots of experimentation with the golden high flows. The first thing I wanted to try those on Grand Oracle again was stuff printed on the FDM printer, but with the lighter colored resin. When I was in the garage looking for, ironically enough, a suitcase Thursday, for whatever it was, I think it was Friday, I don't know. No, no, it was Wednesday. No, it was Thursday during the day. I was looking for the suitcase I used for when Kathy was at the hospital. Couldn't find that, but I did find that there was some elven terrain that was it was the stuff that I didn't print myself, but it was a lighter gray. So I thought, well, maybe I just grab this, and we can also have this be part of the test of the golden high flow. Now again, look at this precision brushwork right here. Again, you don't get this on just any old channel. Look at that, man. That's precision right there. So I guess, Horns fan, we have to start taking predictions over and under White Sox losses. Victories are irrelevant. They don't believe in such things. So the only prediction that matters is how many losses. Let me get some more of my lighter stuff here. So yeah, Grand Oracle, again, sorry that yet another thing that's very unpleasant to deal with, right? And of course has an impact well beyond just the immediate time frame on multiple levels. Oh, there we go again. We're just more and more the layer lines just start to disappear, don't they, as we do this. come on, a little bit more there, a little bit more there. Yep, and actually that should get lighter too. Now, the one thing about the Nerikson stuff is that they kind of sculpt the eyes in there, and I really that what that does is it restricts you. You can basically only have it looking in the direction that it's been sculpted, and that's of course not necessarily my favorite thing. That's for sure. That is not what I would like to see. Who knows? Maybe in the future we do something where we sculpt that out of there. Yeah, Grand Oracle, it is definitely one of those things where you wish it didn't have to be that way, or that didn't have to be part of the thought process, but it kinda is, right? Let me see if I can get again. This is the one thing that just didn't print. Uh, Fortunately, the earrings printed. I'm gonna get a little something on them, but this is the one thing, and of course more of that printed than it did in this one. Geez, Grand Oracle, I have to go check that out. Actually, I never got a chance. Again, I was doing lots of Cheeto Box stuff. I never got a chance to do the Titan Forge stuff. It was it's their forest creature thing because there's some of the fungus people and what was the other thing that they did? Some of the orcs and all that kind of stuff. I thought those could be interesting. Oh, there was the lizard guys, the little chameleons or skinks or whatever. That's what it was. I knew there was something. Again, trying to get a little bit of that dark down there and then a little bit of it under there. Yes, indeed. I know who might like that army there, Grand Oracle. It might be Mr. Giggles. And of course, why is he called Mr. Giggles? Because he's a very fun guy. So yeah, Mr. Giggles would probably be very, very fond of those guys right there. So here, wait, guys, that's way too much of that Van Dyke Brown on the brush. Don't need that much. Let me start to at least work out what we want to do with the outer portions of the eyes here. Alright, this deal here, like so. And now let's see what we can do for the eye over here. Again, this is a Nerikson bust right here, printed out FDM style. Yes, you heard that right, printed out in FDM style. That's for sure, Grand Oracle. You never know what kind of you never know what kind of shrooms might be growing out there in the forest, right, Grand Oracle? Just gonna lock these darks in here while we can. Again, this actually has some violet in there. Don't forget that. It actually has some violet in that. We are going to try and start getting some darker stuff going on with the hair here. That's actually this is the Payne's Gray, not the Indigo. That's the Payne's Gray. And Grand Oracle, a bunch of new colors showed up today. There was at least 3 new Griffin colors that we're going to be doing some color theory and also, oh, the chromatic black. Yes, that's right, Grand Oracle. The chromatic black from Gamlin arrived. How many times have people asked about the chromatic black? So that just showed up today. do this. So who knows, I might actually use some of those new griffins on those Moonlight Minis that I printed out. It'd almost be like a combo of printing workshop and color theory and oils. You know what? I'm going to darken this down more back in there. Some more dark over here, away from the skin tones there. Like so. Okay, and we'll just eventually get some more darks down in there too. Let me see something here. Taking the, again, well, that's some of the Payne's gray. Again, we're going to see if we can try and work around the restrictions kind of imposed right by the sculpting here. Darken that up a little. You know what? I'm going to darken this down here a little bit more in the corners. What do we got here? Nah, that's going to be a little too big. So let's roll with something that is going to be small. Maybe this here. Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to grab some of the asphaltum over here. Pull this out a little. Some dark going there. This is kind of part blending brush, part paint brush here. So you can see how we've got the dark now going in the in those spaces. So yeah, the purple stuff, that's coming from the Payne's gray. Now it is the, what is it? The Payne's gray from Gamlin, actually. It's the Gamlin Payne's gray. We'll have to go back into the ear there. You know what I think? Well, when that sticks out again, we're gonna have to be doing some trimming on the brush here. All right, I'm back to this brush again. Back to the darker stuff in the hair. All right, we got all this hair, right? We want to have some variations in it. Now we are actually getting some genuine. Oh, it's indigo violet. There we go. Yes, we have indigo violet going on here in the hair. So Armored Wolf, I guess there's an Adepticon meeting on Sunday. I'm sure there's going to be at least 2 more after that. Hey there, Jet. Nice to see you. So, Jet, I think you already did the retirement thing now, right? So hopefully that is working out sensational for you. Oops. Whatever that little dot on the end there was, we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, so we're starting to get some darks into the hair. Now, where is that little... There it is. That's what I'm looking for here. Tell you, these stupid little makeup brush things, they can also be fairly handy. Now we're going to try and get some of this here, again, with some of the violet there. So this right here is actually a violet color here. It's violet and green, which, oh gee, it makes gray. That's what it does. Violet and green. Makes a gray. A little bit of that over here. Now again, Jet, I hope that it's all working out kind of, if not the way you hoped it would, at least close enough. Gonna grab some of this here. Maybe, okay, not that much of the ice blue. Now we start working back some of our lighter stuff here on the sleeves. Now that we got kind of the mid-tones, some of the darks in there. By the way, 1 hour ago this had no paint on it. It was just primer. We've been painting on this again a grand total of 1 hour, 1 minute, 24 seconds, and a level 1 hype train. And of course, many thanks for the hype train. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Let's get that in here. Some of that over here. And even a little bit on the leather up there. So you can see all the darker colors on that brush there. Now, oh, actually, I think I have, well, there's the reference pictures in the corner, but I also have this. Forgot all about this here. Forgot all about that. So again, that's the bust that we painted. Oh, and of course, remember, these were the references that we did very quickly in AI that we used for this right here. So that was super fun. And actually, Grand Oracle, I'm kind of tempted. I don't know if you see where I'm going with this. I'm kind of tempted to print out these, well, some more busts with the lighter resin, and then conduct some of those experiments and see what happens. The ones that we were just talking about. Actually, make them bigger. That's it. Make them even bigger. Like print this one out. I don't want to say twice the size of this, but maybe, kind of the next size up like this, from this to one larger. That might be interesting to see. Now, what I'm interested to see here is something lighter on that. Also, too, you can see that's kind of filling in some of your layer lines there. Which is going to happen here. Which is going to happen over there, where it's more of the mid-tone. Hey there, Negative Charisma, how you doing? Great to see you again. I hope that things are going as well as possible. So, Negative Charisma, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do some painting on stuff. And again, hope that you're doing really, really well, and great to see you again. Now, Negative Charisma, I don't know if you want to post any of your progress there in the chat, but if you feel like you want to, you can do that, of course. So again, here we're just going to use this as a bit of a blending brush there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And again, all the busts that we're showing, like this one and this one. These were featured on multiple Patreon videos. We're doing many different experiments on the Patreon page. Between the FDM bust printing, the printing out the miniatures, doing the airbrush testing. There's been a lot of brand new experiments going on over the last couple of months. Stuff that I didn't think was possible at all. It's stuff that we're kind of now doing on a routine basis. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I only just accidentally saw that right before I started streaming. Basically, that popped up as I was sending you the message of, hey, I'm going to be going here. Everybody, please check out that most recent work in progress posted by Negative Charisma. That's an Insta link. Go check that out. So, Negative Charisma, I hope that everything is, what would you say, reasonably on schedule for you, for getting all of your Adepticon stuff done. I know, again, it's not always easy to kind of keep that sort of according to schedule because of the whole life thing and all that sort of stuff that happens. So again, we're going to try to lighten up the couple of areas here on the face. Try and lighten you up too, and maybe, there we go. That's something we can use as a blending brush there. Hashtag no layers, right? No layers. Time to start getting a little bit of light down here as well. And I'm also hoping to have maybe a couple of these printed out for Adepticon, because being larger like this, they could make for a nice little quick oil demo or something like that. Negative Charisma, there will be a Fort Wapple there. It won't be in a room like originally we thought it might be. It's going to be kind of out in the hallway, but it will be significantly more space, I believe, than the previous iteration. Where'd my blending brush just go? I just had it in my hand. There we go. Doing the same deal over here. Again, high precision brush strokes there. Just like so. This has been driving me nuts the last two streams. It is time. Speaking of surgical procedures, we're doing that. Because that was getting annoying right there. I said, nope, no more of that. So yeah, Negative Charisma. It will be very large. No doubt about it. Where's that Perlene red? It's going to go in here. Also a little bit of that up here. We'll let that just set there for a spell. Now we gotta try and get some lighter stuff here. Again, with the blending brush. That's a hard to reach area. Why would I want to have to do layer after layer after layer in a super hard to reach area? Or I just do something like that. And that's it. Again, this is also hoping to wipe out layer lines too. Now that's for sure negative charisma. Now, yeah, what I will have with me will be all the alkyd type paints there, because obviously that's a good way to be able to allow for the paint to dry so fast that if it comes time to take stuff home with you, hopefully it is, if it's not completely dry, it's at least dry enough for transporting. And I can go a little bit lighter with that. And now we were talking about this on the Sea Sculpts Buzz, right? In those little corners of the mouth, you have to get those little light areas there. You gotta do that. That's what we're trying to do here. Can drop those in there. And we'll use maybe you. Nope, not you. I had a different. Well, let's see. We'll just try this one here. Let me get some of the excess off of there. So yeah, we did this one on Thursday, and this is completely dry here. Absolutely, totally, 100% dry. So that could just literally, and it's also printed in FDM, so you could, I don't even know if you'd need to put some tissue there. You could throw it in your suitcase with your clothes or something, and it'll probably be just fine. And again, that would be the Griffin alkyds. I mean, there's other alkyds, however, the CAS alkyds, those are really, those are like Williamsburg pricing expensive. The fast matte colors, well, except for fast matte white, don't exist. And one of the Griffins I got for testing there, Grand Oracle, is of course the titanium white, the Griffin titanium white. So we'll see what difference that makes. That's one I'll definitely use on the on that those Moonlight Minis figures. I think if I use anything, I'll try to use that. I also got there was like a cadmium orange hue, because I want to see, well, could that also help us out with the object source lighting, but still with alkyds? In much the same way the quinacridone magenta did here. So again, that was the Griffin quinacridone magenta on that side. Hey, there's Sectorix. So Sectorix, it would seem that today was sort of a continuation of the success from yesterday. Again, these things can change on a dime, but it would appear that the success is maybe kind of building on success. It kind of goes that way, right? When stuff is going haywire, it tends to, it's like, what is that? An object in motion tends to stay in motion. And Sectorix, the mug and the glass arrived today. And boy, oh boy, that packaging is something else, right, Sectorix? I can honestly say I've never seen any kind of mug or glass or anything packed like that. I mean, that was pretty incredible. I was very impressed. 1 second there. There you go, Sector. So thank you so much. Sectorix, I'll send you a picture of me trying to get some rest. Oh, and Sector, I think I did send you this though, right? So I spent about 11 hours doing this there yesterday. Finally got a chance to use the Surface Pro in the way it was intended. So yeah, Sector, I was all kinds of impressed with how they shipped that thing. I've seen other ones that barely were sent in a box. It's like they sent them in a bubble mailer by comparison. So that was pretty impressive. I don't know, is that going to be? That might be too light there. Hopefully not. We'll just go with something like that. Short thing there, Sector X. And again, thanks for joining. I hope it's not another late office day for you. Sector X, another batch of the regular Elegoo PLA arrived today. This time it was the black. I was telling Grant Oracle that now I want to get some of these lighter PLAs, like I might just try the light gray, and we'll do some airbrush and oil exercises with those. Now again, the lips. Well, I know people focus on red for the lips, but there really is almost, I hate to say it, there's more of a purple or a violet to the lips than there is the red. The red is kind of a, well, shall we say, a lipstick construct there. So you almost want to go a little bit more towards it here. Let's actually maybe see if we can zoom in here for you. One sec. There we go. So Sector X, the black was 99 for 10. Is the gray also now 99 for 10? And again, I jumped on the black when I saw it was available. I need to, I need to actually try and secure some more of that maybe while it is available. So yeah, when I got the gray, the black was unavailable. The gray was at 104, and the black is 99. So now we're starting to get some of the later stuff here on the right there on right above the eyes, but not as light as obviously what we have on the forehead there. You can see some of the gray from the hair. We let that get into the skin tone there, like you do. Let me see something here. Quick little test on this. I think I'll still try to get. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some little darks in here. So we'll do that. And of course, we're eventually going to get the lighter stuff there out on the sleeves, but we're just going to wait on that for a bit. We're going to wait on the lighter stuff on the sleeves. That might be one of probably the last things we do would be the light stuff on the sleeves and then all this down here. So that'll be some of the last of the stuff that we do. Now here I'm taking some of the Indian yellow or mix. Actually, that's being mixed up with the ice blue, not the fast matte white. Unexpected, because I thought that actually was fast matte white over there. But let's see what we can do on this thing with some of this lighter kind of gold-ish type color. Now, yeah, Sector X still using one of the, but it's really handy because it's so big. It's got that counterweight in there, and I'm gonna actually have to invest in more hot glue Sector X because that's kind of my favorite method for using the holders now, is to just hot glue the figures to them. Of course, I keep forgetting to look for those washers. Yeah, I need to look for some of those. You know what? I'm gonna actually here. Let's, instead of just the white there, I'm gonna go with the little bit of the gold out there too. Oh geez, yeah, these things. Holy smokes. Almost forgot about them. Mostly because these did not print on the smaller one. Again, it was oriented in such a way that I'm not surprised they didn't. That was one of the things learned in one of our grand experiments, is that, I mean, orientation is plenty important on the resin printer, but it can really mean a lot on the FDM style printers, that's for sure. Okay, so again, we're starting to get some action here on the earrings, I guess we should call them. Hey there, Schlupflock. Nice to see you. Let me see. Well, now it's a happy Sunday here. It was a happy Saturday. Now it is a happy Sunday. So, Schlupflock, I hope that your Saturday was very enjoyable. All right, let me get this going up here. Maybe a touch of this on the earring here. It sure makes that hair stand out, doesn't it? Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to use... Nah, not that blending brush. I'm going to use this here real quick as a blending brush. There you go. So Schlupflock, another one of those FDM printed busts today. Having some fun with this. And we're what, 1.5 hours in? No, 1 hour 22 minutes. So 88 minutes. Or no, 80, sorry, not 88. Never mind. Again, maths are not going to happen today. There ain't going to be math. The brain is not ready for math at all. I'm going to switch back over to this. Is this too light? I don't think so. And again, that is the same little light we have to get in there, just like we did here on the Nerikson. Now that one is from CA Sculpts. This one here, this is from Nerikson. I don't know if this is going to work here. I'm going to give it a shot with the manganese blue, maybe. You know, I'm going to put the phthalo green in there. So again, with the eye sculpted in there, that really does make things kind of difficult to do any kind of pupil or iris. Wouldn't matter if it was resin printed or not. That would still make it very difficult. Well, Schlupflock, sometimes basically just one at a time, or sometimes many at a time, especially with the oils, right? Because that kind of keeps you from continuously working on the same area on the same one. And again, this was printed out on the Bamboo Carbon X1, 0.4 nozzle, 0.08 layer height. Black matte PLA. Same stuff we used to print out. We actually did 4 of these miniatures. This is a video that I'm working on. I'll be filming that tomorrow. It's going to be kind of a part printing workshop episode, part color theory and oils. Because I'm going to use that occasion to try a few new oil paints. Because we love our combo videos. I wonder. I guess that will work there. Well, we'll say that worked. Sloopflock, it's like the I can't believe it's not butter of printing. Yes, it's like the I can't believe it's not butter, but of the printing world. I'll lighten you up too, especially right there. We'll have to have our own. Oh, yeah, I can't believe it's not resin. That's it. It'll be like the I can't believe it's not butter, but the resin version of that. Let me just get rid of that right there. I think I might just use you to do a little bit of this. Okay, there we are. And again, the more we're working with the oils here, we get those some more like the glazy stuff in there. The layer lines disappear even more. And of course, this is again one of my latest tutorial videos on the Patreon page. And it's not just the printing part of it. Both of these busts were painted in that same video. So yeah, that's 2 busts. It's like it'd be nice to have a body. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, running around on this guy's shoulder. It's not fun. Now, yeah, Schloopflock, I wonder. I know, there's the safflower oil, even the walnut oil. I'm not so sure about canola oil. Right, right, Schloopflock. I'm not sure if that would make the best thing for oil paints there. I'm pretty sure canola oil maybe not the most advisable, right? Or whatever is in I can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe it's not a blending brush. That is a blending brush. Take that and just can't let that get mixed in there. So I think for sure I might have to just start printing a whole series of these for Adepticon, because it might just be a lot easier again than trying to paint miniatures or something like that in any kind of a demo. I mean, this pretty much shows, right, Grand Oracle? This shows a lot of the fun properties of the oil paints, so why not? Should I lighten this up? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to lighten that up. I think I am gonna mess with the hair a little bit. You can see kind of what we did there. So we should maybe try to lighten up the hair a little bit there. And I'm kind of rolling here with the ice blue, actually. This is why we're not doing any more out here, because I'm gonna, as you can see, I've had to set my hand on this thing here. When we do our medicine replenishment run there, we'll try to get some of that washed off the hands for obvious reasons. Working again with our sort of a light greenish blue, actually. So, again, if you check out the Instagrams, oh, and I will be posting pictures of this on the Instas tomorrow. So, yeah, it's going up on the Instagrams there. Hmm. No, not that one. This one. There you go. Yeah. Almost grabbed the wrong blending brush on that. See, I mean, again, is it going to be a perfect bust? Well, even the resin busts are not perfect. Again, this economy of cost.
So say we all.
And also, again, it's a much sturdier rake. Cubits, how you doing? So, Cubit, boy, it's been a while. Again, sorry the streams have been starting at such weird times, but thank you so much, Cubit. Appreciate that. So, Cubit, hopefully you've been able to keep up with the painting and do some fun stuff there. And thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Oh, let me just get this one little bit of light here. I'm also going to have to get some light in there on that ear, too. Nope, that didn't go where it's supposed to. Oh, look at this. The blending brush. It's, again, kind of like we got an eraser there. Cupid, if you want to post those in the chat so folks can see them, that'd be great. Actually, if you want to shoot me, and if it's Instagram link or something like that, you want to send that to me so I can check them out later. That would be fantastic, too. It's always great to see what people are doing. So everybody, please check out that Discord link that Cubit just posted. So get Cubit. I'm glad that that's been working out, and again, I hope that they were also pretty fun. I'm sure lots of work went into those. But yeah, if you want to shoot me that Insta message or something like that with the either pictures of them. Yeah, I could just send me some pictures of them. That would be cool. It's always very nifty to see what folks are doing. What we got going on? Yeah, let's do this. A little more of this here, and then I think I might, after this little bit here, I'm going to do that stuff on that ear before I forget, because I will. Again, that went where it wasn't supposed to go. It took all of a few seconds to fix all that up. So everybody, please be like Schlufla and check out that link that Cubit just posted. Now here's that lighter color we were talking about on the ear. Maybe a smidge more here. Let's see how this is going to go. Also going to get maybe some of the Naphthol Scarlet in there. Can't have to set my hand on here, but remember, this is the FDM stuff, so it's absorbing the paint really, really, really well. Hey there, Mijar, how you doing? So happy Saturday there, Mijar. Hopefully you're doing, or happy Sunday, sorry. Happy Sunday. Again, did I not say I was going to get the days mixed up because we lost our Friday stream? I knew that was going to happen. Thanks, Cubit. And we still have to get our latest highlights in there. We basically just have whatever, I think it was Indian yellow mixed with the brown as the glazy thing. Then we did an Indian yellow and kind of our white there. And we still got to get our brightest, lights in there. So Sloop Flock, ultimately, those boy, I can still remember when they were first on Kickstarter for the very first time. We're still actually using like one of the very first little photo boxes that came out on Kickstarter years and years and years ago. But that's kind of the easiest way to get that going is just get one of those photo boxes off of Amazon or something like that. And then you can always augment them with those smaller LED lights that I'm using. I always use them for my painting and streaming areas and such. There's that. Okay, we'll do the lighter stuff out there later. It's not going to happen right now. I mean, the key is you just want light coming from multiple directions, from the top, from the sides. If it's only coming from one direction, that really is not going to be ideal. So Majar, I hope that you're doing again very, very well. Things yesterday were pretty much about as optimal as they could be hoped for as far as the outcome there. Today it seems like the optimal result kind of continued. As I was just saying, that sometimes those can kind of build on themselves. If things if they're kind of stirred out from a good spot, the trajectory tends to stay that way, or it makes it easier for things to at least remain a positive in the trajectory. Let me get this more here. That's fantastic, Major. If you wanted to share that, please go ahead. Yeah, I want to share the red gobbo there. So yeah, Qubit, we've been doing a bunch of these for our Patreon videos. This was a recent video right here. These are printed again on the Bamboo Carbon X1 0.4 nozzle steel, but 0.08 layer height. We painted these things up with the oils. This one was printed same way, except this one we also used the adaptive layers. This was the Thursday stream right here. Painted that one up. And this one, I don't think this had the adaptive layers, but it was done at the 0.08 layer height. So this is a Bamboo Carbon X1, but pretty sure that the P1 or the A1 would still be able to do that, because I'm pretty sure you can get a 0.2 nozzle, right? Well, at least the 0.08 layer height. So that should be possible. Again, I'm about to, this coming week, I'm hoping to conduct experiments with the 0.2 nozzle. Again, I have not had a chance to do that yet. And thanks, yeah, Majar. It was about a 16-hour day at the hospital there. Everybody, please check out that Discord link there that Majar just posted up. There we are. Let's can catch a little bit of the light there. Just a bit. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 38 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So everybody, please check out again that link that Majar just posted. That would be fabulous if you could do that. Nope, nope, nope. That's not. No, let's just save that for the here. Thanks, Majar. Appreciate that. Ooh, gonna bring that down here. Nope, not there. Not there. But up here, let's start messing around with some of this stuff. Let's get a little bit of at least some of the mid-tone stuff on the hair. Let me see. So yeah, everybody again, please check out that link that Majar just posted. It's some super fabulous work there. And also, check out what Cubit posted. Hey there, Valfira. Yep. So obviously Friday we didn't do the stream there. Um, started here 1 hour 40 minutes ago. Yeah, 1 hour 40 minutes ago. Come on, there we are. So these were the stuff that we printed. Was this last month that we were doing these, or 2 months ago? Those are printed on the same printer. Same printer. Also, too, again, our Easterling terrain. We also have printed out one of our Corsair ships on that. We also, again, printed out all of our Easterling buildings that we painted on the Bamboo X1. So great to see you there, Valfira. Valfira, yeah, that was maybe about, I want to say about 3:40. It was close to 4 in the afternoon there. Yeah, that was when we sort of got the all clear. Because pretty much for the first 3-ish hours, at least the first 3-ish hours, that's really kind of the portion where it's sort of like takeoff and landing. That's kind of the portion there where things can go with the most mischief. If you get by the early stages, that's important because that's where you don't have to worry about making any kind of choices. So we took that as a win. So yeah, basically a no news is good news for the first 3-4 hours or so. So yeah, Qubit, I did a tutorial video on all of the, if you check them out on the Instagram, Qubit, they've got now all of their static grass and all the flock and foliage. So here, these don't have the flock and foliage on them yet. So now all 6 of them have all of their stuff. And you can check that out on the Instas. So thanks, Valfira, appreciate that. Yeah, Valfira, that was, yeah, especially that first, I want to say that first hour, hour and a half. That was that was kind of the dicey portion there. And essentially, you're just, you're waiting not to hear anything, if that makes any sense, right, Valfira? It seems weird. You know, you're like, well, you want to hear something. Like, nope, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear anything. You want to hear a peep. You don't want to hear nothing. Silence is golden, I think. Wasn't that a term, right, Valfira? So Valfira, it was basically just the Mars red of the Griffin. However, there is more stuff. This just arrived, Valfira. There's stuff in here. There's at least, I think, 3 or 4 different. Oh, the chromatic black is also in there. That's the Gamlin chromatic black. But there's at least 3 of the Griffin colors that are new. One of them, actually, I think Valfira is essentially as close to Terra Rosa as we're going to get, at least in the Alkids. And I think it literally is just called red orange or something like that. So that is going to be the topic of, again, another, well, I almost said film noir, Valfira. That's not the slightest indication of, what you're associated with there. I literally almost said film noir, but no, that's going to be a color theory and oil video for sure. Well, multiple color theory and oil videos. Yeah, Valfira, I think I sent you pictures of the Surface Pro, right? I spent at least, I want to say, 4 or 5 hours downloading files onto, I almost said zip drive. That doesn't age us at all, right, Velfira? But on putting that stuff on the USB drive so that I could take it there. I didn't do any slicing. All I did was just build Cheeto box stuff, build plates and all that. Didn't do any kind of slicing because wasn't sure because I was just working on the one of those USB drives there. I thought, let's just do the build plates. Oh, and I also forgot the mouse. I'd spend at least a half an hour making sure that I had a mouse pad, that I had a working mouse that was didn't need a USB wire or anything like that. There was just a wireless, and of course. I know you're totally surprised that that mouse got left at home. Everything else came with me except the mouse. And this is a person who has used that stupid little whatever at the bottom of the keyboard almost never. Yeah, the only time I ever use that is when the mouse is not working or I had to plug in another one because the battery ran out or something. So here I am trying to do Chidu box stuff with that. There was a little comedy involved. That's the step of the future there, Valfera. It's kind of like, oh, what is that? Battlestar Galactica. You can't hack punch cards. Yeah, nobody can steal your data with punch cards. I think they're going to make a big return, Valfera. I would say you might want to invest in that. I would say that might be a good investment for the future of computing would be punch cards. They're as secure as you could possibly get. Yeah, Valfera. Kathy disabled that on one of the machines, and well, there's obvious advantages to that, but then it was also a machine where things went wonky, and the mouse, for whatever reason, I couldn't get a mouse to work on there, and then I had no control at all over it. Thank you so much, Rory. Let's see, that's Ruliosa. Thank you so much. Haha. So more of these big people. It's like maybe you're just small people. It's like, no, I think you're larger. She's like, so what's that stuff you like to smoke? It's like, oh, I really shouldn't mention it here because, yeah, he has to roll that dice afterwards, and it doesn't end well. Speaking of that dice, here it is. What we gonna have? It was a close one. It was close, but he survived. So thank you so much, really also appreciate that. So the original Battlestar used the Commodore 64s as terminals. Actually, Velfera, you know what they should do is well, I know Kathy, she always wanted one of those keyboards that basically looked like a 1930s typewriter. But I wonder now, for nostalgia thing, if they've got keyboards that make that same sound, right? That really loud sound that keyboards do. Well, used to do, I guess you could say. Now, here, let me just... Yep, I think this is the easiest way to do this. Yep, I think it's the easiest way to roll with this here. Because, where's my blending brush? Here you are. Look at that. See, I just had to like, whoops, sorry, plop the color on there and then just pull it along. I don't know, maybe I might have to zoom out a bit here for more of the hair, but I want to start getting over to this thing here, and I think I'm going to start with some darker stuff first. So it does click really loud then. But I can remember seeing one of those on Amazon, and then again that one that looks like a 1930s typewriter. The one downside is it ain't cheap. That is a pricey item. I think it was like $100 and something or something. Now maybe it's less now. So I'm just going to put this darker stuff here first. Then we'll come back and make it lighter. Yeah, that's pretty hilarious, right, Velfer? You pay a premium price to have what would be considered the more archaic keyboard. That's just, there's irony in there somewhere. Yes, indeed. Now, here's where we want to just also make these darker, at least for right now. And then we'll get up in here and then start doing some lights. We also want to get some other tones in there as well. You can see we want to juice that up a little bit, maybe get some like greens there. Yeah, Velfir, I used to have to use, I never actually had an electric typewriter. I had to use the old 1930s style with the big heavy keys, and you pretty much had to hit those with a hammer just to make anything happen. Maybe this is the way to attack it here. Yeah, this is an FDM printed bust. All of these are. And I think I'm actually just going to print out some more. Again, I'm thinking I'll take those to Adepticon. Because of all things, it's going to show the advantage of the oil paints and be easier to see. I think it would be these. Now, where you hiding here? It is time for some of the Perline Black to enter the fray on our leather here. Because what says shadows on leather like green? There you go. Now we're going to do some of the asphaltum into that. And now a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep into that. Like you do. So all of a sudden that starts to stand out. And this is still probably a dark middle tone at this point, I want to say. Now let me get some of that out of here. Oh, geez, you can get one of those for the iPad. Holy smokes. That would be pretty wild. Now, again, here we're just going to chuck this on here. Get back into some of the tan-ish type colors. And now we're just going to do this. Stippling, it's all mixing, it's blending, it's filling in the layer lines, it's doing all the stuffs. It's doing about 3 different things all at the same time with a junky old crap. I mean, look at that brush. It's well worn. Yeah, Velfira, obviously Armored Wolf being the resident expert on all things leather working is constantly reminding that that leather can basically be any sort of color. It's not well, brown is like the least likely color for leather. It's all kinds of colors. And again, well, of course, if a color goes somewhere, right, it must go everywhere. So we're following that too. We're doing all the things. Plus filling in layer lines. It's like we're doing some kind of home remodeling work there. Now, I wonder if this is going to work right here. Thank you so much, TJ. Appreciate that. Everyone, welcome TJ Miniatures to the Linseed Fellowship. Aha, you shall not pass. Maybe I should get some of these big people to fight the Balrog, and because I'm small, right? Yeah, I'm a Meyer, but still small. He's like, You realize they don't have any legs, right? Oh, I see you. I see you don't have any arms. You sure didn't already fight the Balrog? That's we'll explain that to the uninitiated. So, but here's our Gandalf 6. What's going to happen there? Oh my goodness! Well, look at that. It sure came up aces for Gandalf right there. So thank you so much, TJ, for that follow. Appreciate that. Oh, that's fantastic there, TJ. I hope that you enjoy that one. It's like, so Linseed Fellowship, huh? Is there an armless fellowship? Look at this, no arms, baby. So congrats there, TJ, and I hope it works out very, very well for you. Now over here, let's not get too late, too quick down here. But we do need a little bit of our light down in here. We had all this other dark in that spot. Yep, and again, this is going to be able to mix with what's already there. And that's one of the big points of using the oils, right, is to let it mix with what's already there. Hopefully still making that a little lighter. And then over here, see if we do some of this. Now it maybe looks like it's a little bit worn. See, we got that kind of worn leather look. I know that's another thing all the cool kids are doing with leathers, doing the worn leather look. So yeah, this one printed out on the Bamboo X1 carbon, still with the .4 nozzle. This bust is from Nerikson. The bust we did on the Thursday stream. This is from CA Sculpts. So we'll continue. Let's continue with this here. Well, TJ, I'm glad that you got the .2. That's an experiment that I'll be conducting this coming week. Is using the .2 nozzle with the 0.8 layer height. Also, again, this was one of our latest, well, it's a video that I'm filming right now, so we also printed some miniatures. Needless to say, that base there is about 55 mil, so that gives you an idea of the size, or is it 50? Maybe they're 50. Yeah, I think that's a 50 mil base. That kind of gives you an idea of the size of the figure there. That's got a little bit of our violet in there now. Because, of course, leather can be green and violet. Why not? Let's get some of that light going over in here, too. So, TJ, I think, oh god, those 4 miniatures I was just talking about, I believe the total print time for those was 25.5 hours. But when I figured they would have at least taken, I would have taken both of my Mono X printers, at least 12 to 14 hours each to print those. So if I only had one Mono X printer, that basically would be more, at least 4 to 5 hours more to print those out than what one printer did. And the other thing too is, again, right, I can handle these. They have infill, they're not hollow, but they're also pretty darn light, and they're very, very strong, right? Like I can just, bash them around, do whatever. If that was resin, that would have to be hollow. Can you imagine this thing hollowed out and me, again, taking something like this, again, and then just banging that on the table? That would be not the best thing to do with the resin. Get more of the violet right there. Let me go a little. Where's my hair? Maybe just mix the ice blue into that. There we go again. That's got the violet. That's got some of the ice blue in there for a little different take on the leather colors. The sleeves, gonna be waiting on those, and as you can tell by the color there, we're gonna be waiting on this. That'll be one of the later things that we do on the bust here for sure. Trying to sneak in a little something back in here. Blending brush like you do. Hey there, J Wedge. How you doing? Happy Sunday there, J Wedge. I hope that you're doing very well. Now, I might actually zoom out here just so that we don't miss some stuff there. Alright, now let me go back to my... Whoops, not that much Mars Yellow Deep. Holy smokes. Yeah, didn't need that much. Let's get rid of some of that out of that brush. Holy cow, that was just a bit more than I was looking for. Now we're sort of getting there. A little bit of that on that thread or something. So thanks to Armored Wolf for posting link to the Patreon page. And again, we've been doing a lot of these things on the Patreon page. Here again is that's the example, that one painted bust there, and this was our latest vehicles workshop series there on the Patreon page. Just was working on that, and of course, here's our. Come on, I did hit that button. There we go. This was also another one of our Patreon series right here. So a 3-episode arc for that. That's a Loot Studios miniature there. So this is from Nerikson. The one from Thursday was a, I almost said Naraya. No, it's Naraya, but it is a, that is a CA Sculpts bust. Velfira, that's what I got to do, is locate those the Loot Studios busts, Velfira, but I might have to re-download them, because obviously, much as I love the hollowed out Loot Studios bust, that's not going to work for the FDM printing. So Cubit, the oils made it far easier. Well, they make everything easier. Everything is so much more difficult with the acrylics, because you can't do all the blending that we're doing. The oils fill in all the layer lines like they're doing here. You know, I think I can actually work a little bit on this stuff here. Let me try something here. I want to take some of this and some of that, and I want to at least put a little something down here and see what we're looking at. Again, that's this stuff down here. That's fantastic, J-Wedge. Actually, that's what Ryan was painting with his oils, and that was kind of where he really sort of settled in with the oils. It was painting those Fallout miniatures and the terrain. Armored Wolf, that'd be fantastic. I mean, I hope that it does everything that the bamboo's been able to do. I mean, I can think of about 10 bazillion things that you would love to be able to print on that. Actually, probably more than that. So yeah, actually, Velfira, now I know you can choose the hollow or solid 72 mil, but it's been long enough now, Valfira, that I don't remember. Is there a non-hollow choice on Loot Studios for the busts? I'm not sure there is. For obvious reasons, I have not printed out any solid busts from Loot Studios, or well, there's been other busts I've had to print out that were solid. Taking my blending brush here, even though it's got a little bit of the yellow on it there. We can still go lighter than this. I'm going to be putting some different mid-tones in here as well. Might even try to get some violet stuff going down here on this. Also, where's my manganese blue? And yeah, we went really heavy on the thinner there to kind of turn it somewhat into a glaze. It's not a pin line wash. It's close, but not a pin line wash. Let me see. Oh, okay. I was trying to get caught up on the chat there, hoping I wasn't missing something. Nope. There we go. Get some more of that. Put that down in there. Let me try some of this. I'll probably have to get some more of my fast matte white out there. But let's get some of this mixed into our radiant green over here. Now again, thin over thick, vice versa, right? So actually, I'm just going to get some of this junk off of the brush, period. Valfair, my, that 10-pack of the, I almost said Nerikson, the Elegoo regular black showed up today. And Valfair, I was thinking of going looking there and say, okay, if they still have some, I might snag some more. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get that printed out there, J-Widge. I know those larger things, they could be a challenge to print out, right? And it can, like you say, it can take days, if not maybe weeks, to get those things printed out with all the different pieces and everything. And there's times where you think you have all the pieces printed out, and like, nope, there's still this piece left or whatever. All right, let me get that stupid chunk off of the brush there. Still not our lightest light here yet. We can go lighter than this. There we go. And up here too. Also over here. So you can see the difference that's starting to make now on our the plinth here. I'm going to go stronger with that blue right there. And that's the manganese blue. Taking some of the Mars yellow deeps, some of the brown there. Got this little starfish. I didn't have the time to do this on the on that the Patreon tutorial bust because I was painting two busts. I had less than 90 minutes to paint two busts. Yes, in the oils. Both of these busts were painted on one tutorial video, and I had a grand total about 87, 88 minutes to paint those. That was it. So yes, it is possible with the oil paints. And just throwing a little something down here just to kind of get that ball rolling, but not too much because I have to keep sticking my hand on there. Might as well roll with some of this. Mr. Starfish over here. And now, let's see, now we're over 2 hours in. Just now, over 2 hours. Now that I've done the layers, let me do something here with, oh, yeah. Indigo green, phthalo green, oh no, sorry, this is, well, Payne's green. It's Payne's gray and green mixed together. As we welcome in Bearded Celt. How you doing there, Bearded Celt? Everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow if you could. So, Bearded Celt, I hope that your stream was a blast. I'm sure it was. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. So, Bearded Celt, this is another one of those FDM style busts. Here's the last one we did. We painted this one up on Thursday here. Also printed on the FDM printer. So this one is from CA Sculpts. Both of these done with the oil paints. Both of them done with the oils. Hey there, Spoon Handle. How you doing? Hey, Michael. Nice to see you too. Somebody, actually, Spoon Handle, Michael, Bearded Celt. You guys want to share something in the chat? As always, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Bearded Celt, Michael Paints Minis, and Spoon Handle a follow if you could. So again, this is painted on the FDM printers. That was a Bamboo X1. This was a previous version that I did. We painted both of these. They're all painted with the oils right here. So great to see you there, Spoon Handle, and Michael, nice to see you. Let me see. So again, here's some other things again. Printed on the FDM printer. So that's a 0.08 layer height, still with the 0.4 nozzle. We'll experiment with the 0.2 in a bit. I think you did get to see these, right? Right, Bearded Celt. The rest of our Fellowship of the String. Where there? Here he is. The one true string, one string to bind them, one string to rule them, and in the darkness bind them. Right, Bearded Celt. So TJ, it's the same thing. Actually, it's the same thing with resin printing as well. The layer height is going to determine the resolution. So think of just a regular image. You have an image that's 150 pixels or something like that, versus an image that's 300 pixels. The image that's 300 pixels is going to be twice the resolution of something that is at 150. So it's all about the resolution. So again, Bearded Celt, if you want to share something in the chat, please go on ahead and do that. And Michael, great to see you too. Oh yeah. Let's get some of the dark out here on this thing too. And let's forget about these guys. There we go. That's better. By the way, 2 hours and 14 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. This one, we basically had 5 hours to paint that, again, start to finish, with all the glow, with all the reflected light, with all the stuffs there. And again, this was done with the adaptive layers there. And again, Michael Paints Maze, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Appreciate everybody being here, and thank you so much for the raid. Everybody check out that Discord link that Bearded Celt just posted, and please give Bearded Celt a follow as well. So Bearded Celt, hopefully all the projects are working out at least somewhat according to plan, somewhat according to schedule. I know that well, that can be variable. So again, everybody please check out that link that Bearded Celt just posted. Now this one was primed basically a dark brown. This one was primed in our dark blue. It's the same dark blue primer that we mix up for our ships here. So you can see, there you go. Kind of see an example of the dark blue primer. Oh, and let's see. We won't be doing these on Armada Monday. We're going to do some more Tau ships on Armada Monday. So that'll be our next stream there. Now, Bearded Celt is to just keep hammering away at it. I mean, that's we had tons and tons and tons of stuff to learn along the way. And that was in regards to basing and everything else. So yeah, there's a lot of different things going on. Lots of different aspects to pick up on. And it doesn't happen fast, right, Bearded Celt? It doesn't happen fast, but it does happen. So it's worth the time, worth the effort, of course. There we are, yeah. And of course, being willing to experiment is very handy. Trying new things all the time. Because you might find something by accident that actually works better for you. I mean, that was certainly the case for us. There were many times, and even to this day, where I try something, I say, man, there's no way this is really going to work. Or if it is, if it's going to work, it's not going to make that big a difference. And, well, there's several of those holy smokes moments. Actually, this was one of them, doing the FDM style printing on busts. That was something that, well, again, the conventional wisdom says it can never work. But conventional wisdom is a little bit like the word assume and the first three letters in that particular word. Maybe it's best to just try the experiment, see what happens. If it doesn't work, then you know. Hey there, J-Mum. How you doing? Nice to see you. So we basically, these are the only, well, aside from our craft brushes, of course, we've been using the, no sable brushes harmed on this channel ever. These are just your usual synthetics. Cotman would also work for this. These are the Princeton Velvet Touch. We love the liner brushes. We love the filbert brushes. When we're not using those, we're just using beat up old craft brushes like so. So yeah, Bearded Celt, it can definitely be a journey, right? And it's not always an elevator ride straight up, is it? Sometimes it can be a sideways elevator ride. Now you look at how much lighter we're able to get here again on that sleeve. And then we'll just use maybe this again for a blending brush right here. So it's the 18-0 liner brush. The short liner refers to not the bristles, but the handle. Yes, I accidentally once got a one that didn't say short, and the handle was twice the size of a giant redwood, and we had to saw that down. So again, it's just the 18-0 liner brush. Now Cotman, again, this is the other brand we were just talking about. We used to get their stuff all the time. Their sizing tends to work a little bit differently. It's like a size 1 or a size 2 or something like that. Or a 0.5. But we don't use the spotter brushes, we're using liner brushes. I'll see you later, Bearded Celt. Thank you so much for the raid. And again, everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow if you could. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. If you want to share your usual link there in the chat, please go ahead. Actually, yeah, I saw the picture there, Surface Tension. It sure looks like a genuine product, right? So yeah, Surface Tension, you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me see if we, okay. Let me get that up here too. We're using regular oil paints right out of the tube, and Surface Tension also uses regular oil paints right out of the tube, so please check out that link that Surface Tension is going to post for fabulous oil painted miniatures right there. Go check that out. So Surface Tension, I'm sure that all is good and gray there in Waleslandia. Yes, indeed, as it should be. Actually, Surface Tension, I wonder, I'm sure that it would be able to create a color wheel with nothing but grays. That's the next graphics challenge there for you, Surface Tension. Create a color wheel in all grays. Again, that would be the Welsh color wheel. Because you need to know which of those grays is complementary to the other grays. Yes, indeed. Let me get a little more of my lights down here on Mr. Starfishy. There. There you go. Surface Tension. It's Film Noir color wheel. It's the Film Noir color wheel. It shows, it reveals everything, right? Surface Tension. Now again, we're just chucking that on there. We're going to take our blending brush to that. And again, also to the layer lines just disappear. Doing that again here. So you can see just how much lighter that really can be there. Now again, we'll take our blending brush to it and we're just going to shove that around. The magic of the oil paints there. This is just a makeup brush. Then you can like a set of 10 of them or something like that. Yeah, there you go. Surface Tension. Yes, gray, other gray, other gray, grayish gray, grayish gray hue, grayish gray hue medium. You cover all the grays. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. So yeah, J-Mom, it's Princeton Velvet Touch. These should cost somewhere in the neighborhood between $5, $5.35 ish or so. Actually, technically, Surface Tension. This is you could almost say this is phthalo gray down here. It's about the closest thing to phthalo gray. There we go, Surface Tension. You'll have to create an oil paint series. It's the Ultimate Gray series. Yes, it's the Ultimate Gray for Oils series. Let me break this down. So it's got some of our violet. And of course, then there's Violet Gray, right? Surface Tension. Then there's Indian Gray. which we've done. I mean, basically, it's Indian yellow mixed with, well, probably some kind of a dingy violet or something like that, or maybe a little bit of a grayish green. That'll sort of give you an Indian gray right there. All right, let me use you right there again. Just a little blending brush action. Surface tension. Oh gosh, was it Vallejo or something like that? I think it was them. Either that or Scale Set. I think it was maybe Vallejo. They literally did a set of 10 grays, and it was sold for $50. And I just kept thinking, I'm in the wrong business. Yes, it basically was somebody took black and mixed white with it 8 times or 9 times and said, "Look at here, we got a whole set of grays that you can spend $50 for." Or you could just take the same white and the same black or whatever and just mix them 10 times yourself and save maybe a penny or two or three or four or a lot. Again, this is printed out on the Bamboo X1. This is a Nerikson bust here. The other one that we did on Thursday, this one is from CA Sculpts. Now, Michael Paints Mini says, well, it was a very special set. It even had its own. It was called the Pain Grays. Mostly meant for your wallet, right? Right, Michael? Yes, the Pains Grays series. And I do believe, again, it was something like $50 for those 10 colors of gray. Obviously, if that had been, say, in today's era, I would have just assumed that was like somebody doing a meme or an AI or something like that. But oh no, that was the real deal. That was the thing. Now, it's kind of like Zathras, right? Surface tension, we are all grays. Nope, not that. Not that. We're going to use... Oh, look here. We're just going to use one of our craft brushes there as a blending brush, doing a little bit of, again, the tap, tap, tap thing. That's it. So Michael says that, well, a good idea might be creating a 50 mega, let's see, oh yeah, the 50 Shades of Grey mega set. That would be at least $500-600, right, Michael? I mean, it only makes sense. It's something as glorious and useful as the Mega Gray set would be. It would have to have command a hefty price, right? Can't with this as a blending brush here, doing the stuff over here. Hashtag no layers. Nope, none of those. No layers. You know, I think down in here I might be able to start getting some more of my... a little more action down in here on some of the barnacles, as we like to call those. Actually going to let some of my brown ochre work its way onto some of that. Just because... let's see what happens with this here. We're actually taking the ice blue and mixing that with the naphthol scarlet here. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? Yeah, Oh, and again, Michael, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your links there in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. Don't want to forget. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to do that just yet. Put some of that over here. Now we'll just use you and do something like that real quick here. Take some of that fast matte white, some of this, and that is going to go on our barnacles here, just because. So surface tension, there's a little bit of the Mars yellow deep there. There's also some of the Hansa yellow, and there's actually a perline black, so that's actually green right in there. There was a little bit of the asphaltum. That's the other thing, surface tension. Yep, we had to get our asphaltum out there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Michael just shared. So yeah, it was a bit, that might have been the asphaltum, a little bit of the Mars yellow deep kind of initially. And we did the darker primer, then we did the lighter dry brush here. It was one of those kind of things. And also too doing some of the little bit of the glaze type thing, where the glaze was allowed to mix in, of course, as well. Get some of that down into here, a little bit of that over here. Now I think surface tension, yeah, it was. It's always fun, and here we put there's violet and the green mixed together over there. And again, here this was super fun with the ultramarine blue down in there that mixed with some of the quinacridone. And then here was a little bit more of the Prussian blue there, so we had a chance to do some different blues there. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. So, Michael, I was saying earlier in the stream there, I think I'm going to be printing out a bunch more of these because for Adepticon because they're so rugged, right? I mean, okay, yeah, that's painted. You're probably not going to do that with a resin bus, especially a hollow one. So with the ruggedness, I'm thinking maybe we take some of those with us to Adepticon, and if I ever do get 2 seconds to actually do some oil paint demos or something like that, maybe we try to do that. So again, we just chuck some of this lighter stuff out here. We take our blending brush, and we'll just again, it's kind of like we've got a little bit of some wear and tear on the leather there. Again, everybody please check out that link that Michael posted, and please give Michael a follow. So Michael, sorry if I've been missing the streams and such. I can say that the reason why we missed yesterday, at least initially so far, the result was a positive one, and at least the latest news that I have heard there is that there's positivity still coming out of that. Yeah, surface tension, it's kind of like the trees, right? Surface tension, it's anything but brown. Again, a lot of that brown coloration tends to be some kind of, well, just like wood, right? There's a stain put on there. That's too much thinner. Too much thinner. We are backing away from that. Try and get me some more light here on these sleeves. Like that. Again, hashtag no layers. Why would we want to sit there and do some kind of just little by little by little? I think, well, we can just do that and maybe take a blending brush here or something, and then just move that around. Let it mix with what's already there. Like this. And that. Yeah, surface tension. I mean, of course, it's a natural sort of thing when you go there and you see paints that are called leather brown and oak or something like that. You just okay, that's what I need to do to paint these things. It says it right there on the bottle. That's what I should be using. But hopefully one of the side benefits of using the oil, since you're using so many less colors, is that you'll just be inclined to do more mixes of your own. And of course, with the oils, big advantage is that they basically kind of mix colors on their own. You don't have to sit there and on the palette and mix a bunch of stuff. You let it happen on the miniature becomes your palette, or in this case, the bust becomes your palette. Boy, surface tension, when I was a kid, first starting the oils, we would get the different flesh tones, like flesh tone number 1, 2, whatever, light flesh tone, whatever, and they were about as effective as the acrylic ones. They made people look like they had just been irradiated in some kind of nuclear war or something like that. Taking the blending brush to this, especially in these harder to reach areas. Yep, Camda, like we always say here, like the weeping angel says, don't blink, right? Don't blink. Yep, Michael, we were just talking about how Armored Wolf, of course, is the resident leather working expert here, and Armored Wolf always stresses the fact that, yeah, how's about a little more variety in those leather browns? Yeah, they need a little more variety than what's in there. And again, everybody, please check out that link that Michael Paints Minis posted, and please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So you can see the difference that's starting to make. See now on the sleeves there. Like Armor Wolf says, all the leather colors, all of them. So yeah, Camden, definitely you don't want to blink. And of course, all kidding aside, when you're doing allowing the blending to just happen organically on the figure or the bust or the piece of terrain, it's going to happen super quick, right? Now again, this is a 2 hours 39 minutes in here. That is it. 2 hours 39 minutes. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. There is, you know what, I'm just going to use this. I'm just going to do this. Real quick like here. Super quick just to establish this. Why would I want to sit there and fool around when I can just attack it, make it happen fast? Let's see. Oh, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Again, that's going to be a little bit of wet blend. Oh, in here too. Yeah, a little bit of wet blend in there. Now, this is the one thing that didn't print right there on the FDM, but otherwise it sure did print an awful lot of it. Let me get back down into my green here. Also, some of the manganese blue hue. Let me steal a little bit more of this fast matte white fur over here. Nope, too much on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. There we go. Start to work in some of the lighter stuff here. And see what we can do on this plinth. Come on, move it this way. Definitely some of our light over here too. Alright, so that's, we've got a little something going on that now. Let's see what we can do over here. Let me get this thing. Put something lighter on it too. This, looks like a whole bunch of mollusks here. Alright, I'm going to throw some light on this down here. Maybe a little touch of it over there. Let's get some, yeah, a little more light on the edge of this. Right here. Maybe some, yeah, here, let's, whatever this is some kind of, I don't know if that's only just a string right there, but we're going to get some more lights on that too. Let me see if I can also, well, I'm going to have to, yeah, we have to come back with some darks here. I was hoping to get reflected light on the underside of these buttons. That's what they are. Come on, here's the edge of that. Geez, Michael, it's going to be getting to be time here soon where I start asking you to post links to your ReaperCon classes. That you'll be, I'm sure you'll be doing lots of fabulous ReaperCon classes again this year. Because I know the ones that you did last year, those were a big hit. People really liked those. Again, we're getting a little bit of some of the skin tone that's happening down here on some of the stuff on our plinth here. Get some of this in there now. It's crazy to think that, right, Michael? Because how long do we think, okay, yeah, Adepticon is several months away. We can just think about this and this and this. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, now those months are just weeks. And soon ReaperCon will be the same way. this. Down here. We'll probably take our brown ochre and we'll do a little. Actually, I might do that now here. Let's get rid of this. Try this guy here, either brown ochre or asphaltum, but let's try that brown ochre for right now. I'm going to break this down. Let's really break that stuff down here. Throw some of that in the recesses here. I might have to replenish our violet out here on the palette too. Because now we're actually putting some violet down in here. If you think leather had lots of colors, what about sea coral? There you go. Taking some more of this. That'll go down inside there. Boom. And with some of the violet there. All of a sudden our little leaf there starts standing out, right? Back to our brown here. Maybe a little bit of the asphaltum. Poof in there. And then we'll have to let some of that set down there. All right, we're doing this. We have to not be hasty little hobbitses. Now, what I think I'm going to do again, I'm going to just replenish our medicine very quickly here. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Before we do that, let's just say hello to Doji and say, hey, Doji, if you want to share your oil painting links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Doji also does the oil paint stuff, so please, when Doji shares that link, please go ahead. And of course, Doji, I think hopefully the terrain project is going well as also. So Doji, yesterday was about as successful as we could have hoped for, and it would seem that things are still kind of tracking on the plus side here. So sorry I wasn't able to stream yesterday. And of course, Doji, we're just continuing. Again, that was our bust that we did as part of our tutorial series on the Patreon page there. So again, I shall return. Don't go away. Also, don't blink because you'll certainly miss something even while I'm not here. So I will return in just a moment. have returned, and there you go. See, soapy water. Couple minutes, all gone. All gone. Now again, we're still see that's a little bit shiny down there. We're gonna wait on that to set for a spell. I wonder. Let me see here. Gonna get that. Yeah, let's go. There's my ice blue. Let's get some of this on our leather. Yeah, that's too much. Let's get rid of some of that. There we are. Little touch later there. So Doji, some new colors arrived. There was the chromatic black. Then there was three other. It's either three or four. There was three of the griffins. There was the titanium white to see how close that is or not to the fast matte white. There was a cadmium orange hue because there's not going to be any cadmiums or true cadmiums anyways in the alkyds. Then we also got, let's see, what was the other thing? What I think is the alkyd version of Terra Rosa. So that would be up here because we're using the, well, whatever they're, it's like a Mars red or something. I think the label might be gone here now. Let me see if we can find it. Here it is. Yeah, whatever this is. Um, Again, the label's kind of gone there. I'll have to go back and look at the previous order and see what that was. I don't remember what it was, but there will be plenty of color theory and oils videos made on those. We'll do this here maybe. Yeah, we'll get some of this down here on the barnacles and some of your corals there. You know what? Here, let me. Okay, that's not my thinner. Metal medium. That wouldn't have been quite the same thing. I'm going to have to just sit right on there. Now I'm going to take this. This is something we haven't had a chance to do yet. Is the radiant green and the Indian yellow together. There we go. So Indian radiant green. Because of course, just trying to get a nice little variety here. So Doji, yeah, there's no, we don't have our fabulous, what would you call it? The cobalt teal, cobalt teal bluish. However, Doji, I could swear, I don't know if it was either a regular Gamlin color that I saw, or it might have been one of the Griffin colors that was sort of like it was a cobalt teal or something like that. I could swear it was, and I was super tempted there, Doji. 'Cause I think that's what it was. It was an alkyd, and I think it was actually a cobalt teal. Uh, Obviously, nothing's ever going to be cobalt teal bluish, but it didn't. It was intriguing. I gotta say, Doji, I was intrigued by it. There's my manganese blue hue. That is gonna go on this thing here. There we go. Ooh, up in there too. That's all just a whole bunch of lighter stuff. Maybe a little bit of that over here as well. Oh yeah, we never did get this. Never did get that stuff in there. I knew there was something. I'll work some of that up into here too. Just because. So Doji, hopefully your the bakery run yesterday was as delicious as always. Sorry we didn't get to ask in person. They're yeah, dude. I feel bad that I can't quite remember if that was one of the Griffin Alkids or something. But again, it was intriguing to actually consider that. Um, Again, obviously, people could go take a look and see if that is just a pigment of my imagination. See what I did there? Let me get a little bit more on my rating. There we go. And the Thalo for sure. No, so I think there's just a yeah. I don't think that's going to one of the Griffin cores there, unfortunately. That must have been one of the Gamlins or something, or Richardson. Well, whatever it was, let's just say we were trying to find a cheaper than Williamsburg version, I guess. Now, of course, you do have right now still ongoing the fabulous paint sale on Dick Blick. Now, that fabulous paint sale, scary to think, and we're not halfway through February, but we're getting there. That paint sale only goes for so long. I think it's probably the end of February. That's it. So maybe think about perusing the fabulous winter sale before it goes away. Where's my lighter green here? This is still not the lightest light, but and then I'll have to come back in with the manganese blue hue here. Let's do that. Manganese blue. And some of the phthalo green here. First, I gotta just break this down. It's kind of been sitting there a little while. Getting a touch of the phthalo green. That is, again, not quite cobalt teal bluish, but in this case, it'll do. Now we'll just have to leave that set there. Let's wander over to this one and start doing a similar deal here. Again, the more of these kind of glaze setups like this, that fills in those layer lines. Again, this bust was printed out with an FDM printer. Still have to conduct the .2 nozzle experiments, and that's what we'll be doing this week. In fact, probably after the stream, I'll at least get that nozzle replaced with the .2. Not sure if we'll be able to start up a print yet, but so see you later there, surface tension. Thanks for being here. Well, I guess the next time we see it, we'll be painting Tau ships for another Armada Monday. Fabulous Armada Mondays. That'll be I think we'll be finishing off that particular towel fleet this coming Monday. And I realized that I do actually have some of the Kriegsmarine ship printed, so we'll probably be doing those the next Armada Monday. I do believe we've got Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Bismarck. Catch me a little bit more of the light on some of the edges of this one. You can see how that doesn't have the shinies on it there. And then these guys do, because, well, we were just doing some of our glaze stuff in there. Get some of my light up in here too. There you go. Let that work its way right into that edge there. And now we're going to get some over here. So now it's coming in line more with what we did on that little leaf, whatever that is. Here we go, a little bit later there. And this way. Oh yeah, that could be later too. There we go. Now we gotta do what we did here, over here. And that will mix with some of what we just put on here with the manganese blue. That's why there's no mixing on the palette. Why not just let it mix over here? So much easier. More of this stuff. Now, since this was very much sort of a glaze type consistency or pinline wash consistency, well, not quite pinline wash, really more of just a kind of a regular glaze sort of thing. This is far thicker paint, right? Far thicker. Thin sticks to thick, and vice versa. And this is the versa part here. Taking thicker paint, putting that over the thinner paint we just popped on there. Okay, fine, we'll carry that further over. Maybe get a little bit of that, the warmer yellow off to the side. Okay, and here, let me go back to Mr. Manganese Blue with a phthalo green chaser. In you go. Some of this too. Maybe that up here as well. Nope, that's the blending brush we're going to use up there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. So what are we at? We're at 27. And of course, February is going to be a bit of a challenge, right, Armored Wolf? It's not the longest month of the year exactly. Even on a leap year or whatever. And I don't think we're dealing with a leap year this year. I don't have a calendar out in front of me, but I'm pretty sure this ain't a leap year. and that trying to get to that sub thing there, that's kind of an important deal. It's not the easiest to attain, but it does make a huge difference. That 60-40 split as opposed to the usual 50-50. So we appreciate all the folks that have been doing the subs there, and of course we've had kind folks doing the gift sub thing. Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Take him a fast mat white. Well, that's into got that into the Hansa yellow. Oh, that's another one of the colors that arrived. Essentially the regular Gamlin non-alkyd version of the Hansa yellow. Mostly because my actual the alkyd version of the Hansa yellow that's starting to run out. And it's well, okay, it's a handy color. Why don't we get a chance to see what the difference in drying time is? And of course, when you look at the pigment thing on Dick Blick, it says, yeah, it's medium to slow. So, yeah, Grand Oracle, I don't think it quite falls into, say, the Indian Yellow Williamsburg slow, but maybe it does. We'll find out. Now, the other thing, too, is, again, we're painting on the FDM material, even painting on resin. The oils will dry faster there just because the material is pretty absorbent. I mean, like, surprisingly absorbent. The FDM stuff is really, especially the fast matte black, holy smokes. I couldn't give you an exact figure, but it could cut 15-20% off of the drying time. And that's what I mean by non-alkyd colors. So even with regular oils on that's the other potential thing. We're talking about the advantages of the FDM style printing. That could be another one, is that you get even more absorption, which means, again, a potentially shorter drying time. The, I would say it's pretty safe to say the restriction among many, doing the FDM printed busts or whatever would be that regular 28 mil figs, that's probably not the ideal thing to print in FDM. I would say that, okay, anything's possible, but that really is not super ideal. What would you say? Diminishing returns, probably. You could do it, but that might just be, again, something best left to resin printers, unless you got no choice, because you only have an FDM style in that case. Well, then it might just be the answer. And again, everybody's got different circumstances as far as where they can have their printers or if they can have them at all. Ooh, look at this! Wow, this is gonna make a big old difference here. Gee whiz, I knew this was gonna be a little bit later, but wow, that's gonna be very much later here. Ooh, look at that. Yep, on this thing too. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, we really, really try to wait as long as we can to start fooling around with almost straight up fast mat weight. We'll see you later there, Doji. So, Doji, thanks again for being here. I appreciate that. And again, the building's looking absolutely fabulous. Really spectacular. Ooh, gotta be careful. That's just starting to get a little too late. We're starting to lose some of the actual color on our corals there. When we do that, start to lighten these guys up a bit. Now I was hoping that I'd be able to do a little bit more on some of this stuff down here than I could on the original bust. Because again, I might have had a grand total of about 40 minutes to paint that. So that's about 40 minutes worth of painting there. Talk about don't blink. I don't even know if you could breathe right there. But don't blink or breathe because you'll miss something. You know what? I'm going to see if I can't kick a little more light on that. And now out here on this little leaf here. That's right, Buckingham Fountain. That's what that reminds me of. You know what? I think I should probably get a little bit of that lighter stuff. Top of this one. I don't know. Maybe we'll. Yeah, let's just keep doing that. This here too. And this one. Okay, then. Okay, maybe I'll do a little something on the starfishy here. Couple more lights on that. Ooh, also this part. This too. I don't think. Okay, yeah. I'm looking at the other one. Definitely didn't get this latest stuff out here, and it's also not so shiny. So I think we'll have pretty good. Yeah, we'll have a nice little adhesion of it right there. This leaf too. And yep, let me get this little angle right over here. And something here. More of a light on the top of this. I'm not sure that's really coral or just coral rock. Well, fine. I'm gonna just make that later. I'm really thinking I wanted to do that, but we'll just roll with that for now. It's super easy to knock that back down again. No big deal. What are we on? So we are past the 3 hour mark.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And we're also going to welcome Millie Paints. Thank you so much, Millie. Appreciate that. Of course, we have an infinite supply of Gandalfs. It's like, oh, this one has arms. Well, the other one that had no arms like me. It's like, did you fight the Balrog too? She's like, I don't know what this Balrog is, but you keep talking about it. It's like, well, that would be the other me's. This is me. Thank you so much for that follow. Oh, we did actually have a 6 on our Gandalf 6 on the very last roll. What's it going to be on this roll? Oh, it's a solid one. It's a 4. So thank you so much, Millie Paints. Appreciate you being here. And of course, thank you for the follow. Of course, Gandalf appreciates all of his little hobbitses. Yes, he does. And yeah, that is every type of Gandalf. Like, wow, you do smell pretty fishy. He's like, well, I have been drinking a lot of that scale ale. Also, I'm a cat. Hey there, Neshlant and Heavy Tea. Neshlant, great to see you again, and great to see you there, Heavy Tea. So, Neshlant, actually, if you want to share something in the chat that you've been working on, please go ahead And of course, same thing there, Heavy T. You want to share some stuff in the chat there? Please go ahead. Everybody, please give Heavy T a follow as well. Look at how much lighter this can be. It's just like our stuff down here, right? We'll be getting to this soon. Kind of like what we did over there, right? And again, in the vein of I can't believe it's not resin, as in the I can't believe it's not butter. Yes, this is an FDM printed bust on the bamboo carbon X1 0.08 layer height. Still with the 0.4 nozzle, but that is about to change. We will be printing with the 0.2. Again, there will be extended print times. We're well aware of that. Everybody, please check out that Instagram. That is Instagram. Yeah, that is an Instagram link there that Heavy T just posted. And again, please give Heavy T a follow. You know, nope. I'm gonna stick with this here. So Heavy T. I don't know if there's gonna be another. There's gonna be some wintry stuff going on. There's going to be some wintry stuff going on over the next 8 to 10 days. So we'll see. We'll see if any of that finds its way to you. I don't think. Well, actually, there is one model that shows like Virginia, West Virginia. Maybe I don't know if it'll get as far south as say NC or SC, but it's gonna. There's potentially some mischief going to happen there. With some of the white stuff, I think, as in like some parts of Virginia might have like a foot plus of snow. Now I don't know if that means it's going to be like the Lake Pontchartrain Ski Lodge, established January 21st, 2025, closed January 22nd, 2025. So Heavy T shall create fire. And of course, Heavy T, just like every good Boy Scout, if the fire cannot be seen from nearby planets, then clearly something is not going well. Yes, indeed. If you cannot attract alien life with your bonfire, then maybe it needs a little more fuel. Yeah, forget radio signals or something like that. Um, yeah, it'll be the interplanetary communication of the beacons are lit. I mean, how else are the aliens ever going to respond to Gondor if the beacons are not lit? Now, of course, if the aliens just happen to be orcs, well, then that might not work out as well for Gondor. Okay, I do already have the manganese blue in there. I don't think I need to do more of that. So LittleNet says that Rohan will answer. So a bunch of aliens on horses. Look to the east, right, LittleNet? Right, look to the east at sunrise. Either that or look to low orbit. There you go. Yes, look to low orbit, and then the help will arrive. More of our lighter light here. So LittleNet, I hope that you're doing well. Great to see you. We're getting some of our fine, a little bit more of the light in the barnacles down there. Okay, maybe not Man, let's see. That might just work. Maybe that's not too much of a way into the manganese blue. Not so. Okay, let's put that over here. Let's see what we got. Some of that down in here too. See what's happening on. Oh yeah, definitely here by our starfishy. That too. Thanks, Little Net. Appreciate that. Again, these were both printed. This is the one we painted on Thursday. Both of these printed on the Bamboo Carbon X1. So yes, these are FDM printed busts. Even the plinth, they're also printed. Both of the plinths done also on that same Bamboo X1 and done with the oil paints. This is about a 5-hour stream here. This is 3 hours 23 minutes and a level 1 hype train. So thanks again for the hype train. That is, of course, much appreciated. Yes, indeed. Just 3.5 hours ago, this was only primer. As we took the Badger Stynol Res black primer, mixed it with the terracotta. So we had kind of a dark brown primer color here. Oh, thanks, Heavy T. Appreciate that. This is a Nerikson bust right here. That other one that you saw, that is from CA Sculpts. Oh, you know what? Armored Wolf. Remember that CA Sculpts, the vampire lady with the big dress and everything? Now that is probably one. Also, too, I was thinking about printing the, oh gosh, what is it? The Morrigan one. Uh, on the F. Ooh, that's what I should do with the .2 nozzle. Holy smokies, yeah. Hey, Toady. Welcome back. Welcome back, Toady. Yeah, like the Weeping Angel says, right? Don't blink. So is that Star Wars Legion, right? Heavy T. You know what? I don't think I've actually ever painted any of the Star Wars Legion figs. Sometimes I forget because I painted the Shatterpoint stuff, and then I remember I was like, no, that ain't Legion. That's something else. Totally, it's again that ability to just let the stuff mix on its own, like what we did in here, right, and even on the face, right, where it just kind of did its own thing. Even down here, a lot of it is just kind of I don't want to say random mixing, but that kind of is a little bit what's going on. It's a little bit of a random letting it do its own thing, which means that, well, first of all, you don't have to fret so much about, okay, I'm mixing this amount of this and X amount of that. It's like, nope, there's this and this. We'll just chuck them on there, see what happens, and let them mix on their own on the surface. Yeah, Heavy T, actually, Kathy had painted, ooh, well, she played it, actually, believe it or not, when it was first being introduced at Adepticon years ago, I don't know, 2018, 2019, something like that. Actually, no, it was at a meeting. It wasn't even at Adepticon itself. It was at one of the Adepticon meetings where one of the reps for whatever's was there, and they had brought the game, and she was one of the first people to try it out. And I think there's some swag bag Legion minis floating around the house here. It seems like every year there's at least one or two Legion figs that end up in the swag bag. Never got a chance to paint those yet, though. Again, at some point, we'll try to do that. Again, I still haven't had a chance to get back to the Shatterpoint stuff. Tony says that Legion is a pretty fun system to play. Now, Tony, I guess how do you like the miniatures? Since we're also talking about that, and I think people I think people like the miniatures too. I think there's never been any complaints about those. Where's my? Yeah, okay. Here, let's basically some of the skin tone color here working its way again into our corals down here, sort of shifting them away from the green a little bit there. Let me take where do we want? You know what? I'm gonna mix that with this here. So that is the Hansa yellow and the ice blue. That's kind of one of my favorite crazy little ice yellow. There we go. We'll call it ice yellow because that won't be the least bit confusing to anybody. Radiant indigo is not confusing enough. We'll tack on ice yellow. I swear I just have to pre-mix all these colors together and shove them in some of our little containers just for the heck of it and make labels for them. I wonder if I can just make a generic an AI, just like the generic label minus the text. Like just set up everything except the text and then just do the text in Photoshop to make sure it actually gets spelled correctly. Because, well, AI is never winning a spelling bee, that's for sure. Oh, is it that kind of bones type material there, Tody? Or is it the bones black or something like that? Again, I don't think I've ever even had one of the minis in my hand. Now, let's start fooling around with this here. We got to, again, catch that up to what we've done over here. So, I think we'll start off with our manganese green. That would be manganese blue with some of the, again, the phthalo green chaser. So the older ones were a little bit soft, like the Bones minis there. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, again, that's, well, I think ever getting a chance to play games outside of me just doing the live stream stuff, I do believe that the chances degraded from less than 0% to 100% of 0%. that's there's math for you there. Those percentages work out. So I'm gonna work in a little bit of again of that teal color that we've been doing, and now we're gonna get some of the manganese blue down into here by this little thingy here. Then we'll get our letter stuff into that. Let's see what we can do again with all of our barnacles and corals there. Let's get some colors happening here. How's about some of, no, not the Fanchon red. Yeah, still got that Fanchon red floating around here on that palette. Oh, that's right. It was for our Tau ships. The Patreon vid. That's right. So again, are we it? Okay, we're on screen for a second there. I was like, are we actually on screen? Where is my? There's my violet. That's going to go in here. Some of our brown there. Smush you down into that area. We got our lighter yellow, some of the, yeah, a little bit of the Mars yellow deep got in there too. More of this. And this here. You know, I got this crazy super warm green. I'm gonna chuck that down here too. And it can't be too thin. We've been doing an awful lot with the thinner paint here, so this is kind of in the middle. It's not really, really super thin down, but it's not exactly straight out of the tube either. Back to some of that green in here. Maybe work a little bit of that up this way too. Swing it back around. Okay. Maybe that was a little more than we needed there, but I'm going to also get back to my brown here, because that's a little bit different than some of our other areas. Okay, there we go. We got that kind of conditioned. I'm going to roll with this here. Hey there, Irid. How you doing? So, Irid, I hope that your Saturday stream was super fun. I'm sure that it was. Everybody, please give Irid a wave a follow. And of course, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest links, yeah, like always, go ahead and do that. So Irid, the event where we, obviously weren't able to stream on our usual Friday, that seemed to be, again, any things can change, but that did seem to be very successful, and it seemed like today things were still on course. It was a long day yesterday. That was about a 16-hour day or so. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared, and please give Irid a follow. Again, this is not our lightest light as far as this teal-ish green goes. It'll get lighter than this. We're just kind of getting underway here with this. Again, we've only been working on this for 3.5 hours, so we got time. We have time to can continue to add to some of the, again, we we just started out with the dry brushy stuff, and as we go along, well, we're going to be adding more refinement to this as we go. I know folks, they kind of do well, I'm just going to paint the face or the eyebrow because I want to have that eyebrow done by the time the session is over, and I understand because you want to have a tangible result after the session is over. Thing is, well, especially with the oils, that's definitely not going to be the best use of them. And ultimately, it's going to take longer. I can understand the desire to want to see some kind of tangible result at the end of the session, but you're kind of sacrificing again some time efficiency there, or a lot. All right, we'll see you there, Arid. in a bit. I know the after stream stuff is especially a really long stream or something like that, right? It really feels extra good. All right, we're gonna get our. I know that big blob of hair is in the way here, but that's probably the only way that I can orientate this to really get at that. See if I can get some of this down in here again. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. We have a very, 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 very light grip on that. In fact, we only got 2 fingers. That's it, 2 fingers. And since I'm not going to be necessarily sticking my fingers on this that much, I figured it's time to start rocking and rolling on the stuff down here on the plinth. What do we got going here? Some of this, yep. And some of this here. Let's go this way with it. Oh, geez, never did anything on that. Now we're getting caught up. Again, we're trying to get to where we are here, over here. Some of this too. Yeah, let me get that a little lighter there. And again, as light as that is, we still don't have the same really, really light lights that we've got over on this side. We don't want to rush into those. We also still have to do some of our really dark stuff down here. So instead of just adding only light, sometimes you gotta add some darks. And it won't be, it's not going to be a glaze type of a situation. Is that going to be too light there? I don't think so. It's about what we had over here. Let's get some of that into these areas over here, shall we? I knew something was missing there. Hey there, Recoil, how you doing? Everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow. So Recoil, you want to share some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. And of course, hopefully Squeak and Mum are still doing fantastic. Now the latest that I knew was that things were kind of progressing there at a pace that, I mean, maybe that was kind of expected, as far as what is your normal type thing or your whatever, but to us that was some astounding results actually, both yesterday and today. Just breaking this down some more here, that's all. Well, that sounds good, Recoil. That sounds very good. I think actually I need to start grabbing some stuff for either the slow cooker or the air fryer or both. I meant to do that today. Well, actually, I wasn't quite sure. Didn't want to start grabbing a bunch of stuff to thaw out and not have a chance to ever do it. So I think I might be able to just grab some of that stuff So everybody please check out that Discord link that Recoil just shared, and please give Recoil13 a follow if you could. Yeah, Recoil, I couldn't believe that stuff that arrived today. I mean, the packaging was, I've never seen any packaging like that. It was incredible. And definitely looked very nice. So, but again, check out the Discord links there, and please give Recoil13 a follow. Now, Recoil, I guess that, Rottweiler, he's been kind of busy. Actually, I haven't seen, did Rottweiler stream any of the last couple of days, Recoil? Obviously, I missed yesterday, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, it just occurred to me I don't remember if Rottweiler was streaming. And of course, let folks know if you might be streaming. I know that's a dependent type thing and a variable type thing. And we can be here too, right? Ah, it's okay. So tomorrow, all right. I think we're kind of getting here now on our lighter stuff, and we will come back with our really dark stuff and kind of cut back into a little something that might be too much there, but we can come back with the darker stuff on that. Yes, we can. Maybe take some of that orange. We'll mix it with the ice blue over here. Oh, no problem. No problem there, Recoil. I just, oh yeah, that's right. Well, again, we had definitely some folks help us on a donation thing. So actually, Recoil, if you've got a donation thing or anything like that for stream equipment, definitely share that link. I was like, what am I trying to say here? So Recoil was, let's see, basically I think got back here about 9:15-ish, something like that. Tried to eat something, sent off a few just kind of messages to folks that were wanting to know what was going on, and then I think I tried to sleep till about 4 in the morning. Then said, okay, we have to try and reestablish some kind of normal time here, which is not normal to anybody else. But then I started working from about 4:30 till about 7:30 or so, and then try to get to sleep at about 7:30. I think it was a little before 8. So again, that's some of our skin tone up there. Ooh, that's getting a little bit lighter, but I think I can still do one of our brown ochre glazes there. I think that'll work. Yeah. Do this here. So recoil, they 5 to 7 days is the actual 5 to 8 days or something. Actually, no, between 5 days and 10 days, I think, is actually the window, if you want to call it that. Now, since there seem to be very big improvements and stuff, or hard to say ahead of schedule, whatever. Now, maybe some of the other hurdles don't go quite as efficiently as this, but they said at least 5 days. we getting okay? That's the stuff I was already doing. But we're really starting to get caught up around here, aren't we? Okay, I'm gonna let that have a chance to set. Let's switch gears to Phthalo Green and our Payne's Gray. So it's Phthalo Gray or Payne's Green. Either one of those is hilarious. Actually, recoil, believe it or not, I mean, all kidding aside, it was important to start out on the right foot because, well, feet were involved. Yes, being able to walk around today, obviously, there's several reasons why you want to be doing that, but it's one of the things is that okay, it's ideal if this happens. It's another thing for that actually to happen. I mean, you are all too familiar with that, so I know you know of what we speak. Recoil, I guess. There's just a wee bit of that wapple determination involved, where it's if you see a brick wall, whatever necessary body part is used to smash through the brick wall, you use it until the brick wall is, shall we say, subdued. Yeah, there's a tendency to see brick wall, go through brick wall, which again can lead to an unusual physical appearance, but you know, you get through the walls. Okay, we're getting that dark in between some of these things here. Do I need? Oops, that weren't supposed to go there. That's all right. We can make the adjustment again. Ooh, speaking of adjustments, how's about we snag this over here? Also, that yeah, we're good to go over there. Okay. Now, what about this? Let me take asphaltum. No, I'm just going to use our brown ochre here. Sure thing, recoil. Actually, recoil, I did show him. I showed him the message that you sent, or showed her the message last night. So that was very cool. So thank you so much for that. All the folks that again sent the well wishes and such. We made sure that she was aware of that, right, Mom? How you doing, Mom? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So, Mom, glad to see you here. Again, sorry we missed you yesterday. And I'm sure there's some tasty victuals being had. Tasty victuals being had in the recoil house, or is it just the squeak household? Yeah, I think Squeak would say, "Excuse me," but I guess Squeak is the Prinkles of the recoil household. I think it's safe to say that. Squeak says, "You are residents in my kingdom." Yes, welcome to my kingdom. You are my subjects. Oh yeah, that's. You know what? Here, let me do this. Come on, more thinner. So see that? Had to get that away from the green there a little bit. Now we're getting some of the dark into here. All right.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, AD. Appreciate that. There's there really is no end to these Gandalfs, is there? It's like, well, there's really just me. He's like, no, there's like 10 of you. It's like, oh, you mean the cat? That's not me. It's like, oh, I did see the cat. Oof, very fishy. What's going to happen on our Gandalf 6 here? We did actually have one Gandalf 6 already tonight. There's another 4. Again, a solid roll. Solid roll for Gandalf there. So thank you so much for that follow. Now let's try to do, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of a glazy thing here. Like so. Maybe there on the edge. There we go. Okay, and then we'll stop there. We'll stop there, and we're going to do something down in here with that, again, that darker, kind of brownish ochre color. All right, back to these guys over here. Yeah, I'm going to continue with this. Here, let's try this up here on our corals. Oh, it's getting a little bit too light along the edge there. You know what? Let me grab some of our yellow here. And some of this. Alright, just again get some of our really, really light. Ooh, too much thinner. Alright, fine. We'll back away from that a little. Oh, and of course, with the end of the college football season here, all eyes turn to the fields of footy there, waiting for Aussie rules to begin. So great to see you again there, Mom. Appreciate you being here as always. Hopefully there's been some good cricket over the last month or so. Yeah, there's some more dramatic test matches going on as we throw some more of this again. That's kind of a greenish, yellowish light color in there. Again, we got some barnacles, we got the corals. Throw some of this over here now. Okay, that's it. That's what we're working with up there. Again, trying to make sure there's not too much thinner in that cause thin sticks to thick and vice versa, right? Thin and thin. Well, thick over thick is just kind of more like it just one's gonna take the other color off or just bounce off. Thin into thin, well, that's going to end up being a bit of a mess too. So they're a little bit a ways from home there. That's a bit of a distance. Now, hopefully, still great success. Oh, and then work this out here. I haven't actually had a chance to see when the week 1 of the footy season's going to be. If that's going to be mid-March or if that's going to be the 3rd week of March. You know what? Okay, fine. Even though I'll probably wipe some of that away, the stuff that's on the very bottom there, I'm just going to still throw some there anyhows. So recall, I ate the last of those, the apple cinnamon pancake mix thing, but that package, I think it's actually enough to make 2 batches. So we might be trying to make another batch of those tomorrow. Those were pretty tasty. Thanks, Camden. Yep, we're working our way around. Finally, working our way around back here, doing some things. With again all the coral stuff here as well. Grab a little touch of that here. Let me see what this is going to do here on some of these corals. Recoil. That's remember some of those trophies we talked about, like the old oaken bucket and Paul Bunyan's axe and that sort of stuff. But the college football, that's kind of the level that those you're talking about there, as far as the meaning of that trophy and how significant it is to the participants. So yeah, when we talk about all those crazy, weird trophies and stuff in college football, that's the kind of level you're talking about there. Speaking of the whole brick walls kind of thing, that people will go through a brick wall to get those. Oh yeah, let's throw more of our lights there. Now I don't know if that's going to be played over in the UK, or if that's going to end up at the MCG or something like that. Oh geez, Rico, I keep forgetting to check on the progress of the new stadium in Hobart, because I mean they are playing this season, right, Recoil? At least I think they were supposed to start. This was supposed to be their inaugural season. Again, that's mostly our a little bit of the perline red, also mixed with some of the fast matte white there. It's kind of working in some warmer colors, some lighter colors here. Okay, back around here now. Do we need to get caught up on what we were doing on the back and make sure that's matching what we're doing here? So thanks again, Cam. Appreciate that. And again, this was our other FDM printed bus. This was our Thursday stream right here. That was very, very fun. And again, both printed on the Bamboo Carbon X1. And of course, both of these have been featured in our Patreon page tutorials. Also, again, these two busts here, these are both painted in one video. We also did a whole discussion about the printing and such. It's like, so no arms there. She's like, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. It's like, yeah, how's about no body? Now that's a bummer. Thank you so much, Katugi. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for joining us here. Nah, yeah, see, Rico, that is literally just the kind of stuff. That is it. I mean, that encapsulates very much the kind of trophies we're talking about for some of these college programs there. So, Katui, thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate that. Ooh, here a little bit lighter on that. And again, painting these with the oils, like usual. You know what? I'm gonna try to get me a little bit lighter down here on yonder chinny chin chin. Oh, where's that blending brush we've been using on the? Here it is. Have blending brush will travel. So yeah, Rico, I would imagine that's going to be a fairly significant nationwide event when that happens. Okay, and we're again getting that together here. You know what? Let me see if I can't chuck a little more light onto the upper lip. Right there. Right there. That's what I needed. Now over here, no, no, no. Let's not get too crazy there. I'm gonna back away from that. It's gonna make that a little, I think, lighter than we needed it to be. So let's try this instead. Gatugi OG was I used my last piece of parchment paper here, but I wish I could show you. Unless do I have one more floating around in here? Once no, no. Oh wait, no, that's a paper towel. But yeah, it's just a piece of parchment paper. It's just a piece of parchment paper that is it's on a piece of cardboard. We just clip it onto the cardboard like that. Now here, well, you can see it in the. So see, I can just take that and just chuck it in the garbage when I'm done. So yeah, now you do want to get the flat parchment paper. Yeah, if it's rolled up, it's gonna want to stay rolled up. Well, as you can imagine, right? It's the law of physics. An object that's rolled up stays rolled up. Let's see. Rico, that is see that kind of stuff of legends there. That is very much how it goes with those college trophies there. And again, they're always something that it's like a smelly shoe or something like that. They're not the shiny, glossy, fancy trophies that you would expect. So yeah, Gatugi, and here I'll show you some of the other stuff as well. So here is our high quality odorless thinner. And Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa, kind of the sub brand there. And of course, we use very, very, very little of it for the last 4 hours. That's how much I've been using. That's a water bottle cap. Because we use the thinner just for thinning the paints when it comes to cleaning. Look at this here. This is fantastic because it's not just for oils. Look at that, dried acrylics, not hazardous, no vapor. So I know folks they get kind of concerned about, well, the smells and any kind of fumes, and that's the nice thing is you don't have to worry about that because you're using again that cleaner there, which also and if super glue gets in your brushes, that'll also get the super glue out of there too. So again, that's a lot of pluses right there. And of course, with the oils, usually a good idea is to maybe take one dark color and one light color and just do a value study like this. One light color, one dark color. It could be a dark blue and a white. It could be a dark brown and a white, whatever. Instead of having to fight with the whole idea of the different colors, and remember with the oils, each color is going to have different properties. Some are thicker than others, some are very translucent, some are very opaque. Sometimes the translucent colors have a very, very thick consistency. Sometimes the very dark colors have a super thin consistency. Hey there, Extra, how you doing? So, Mom, it's yeah the actually Mom, it's the same. Believe not that it's the same time, but it's the same paper I use like on the Christmas cookies. Actually, it's the same stuff that I will probably be using tomorrow if I make those croissants finally. So yeah, the parchment paper that you just use for cooking on there, but it's a decent quality, and I gotta say it works really well for the cookies and such too. Does a really good job for those. So Rico, I'm guessing at that time too, they didn't quite have as much gear as they have now. So that kind of a strategy was going to leave a mark, I guess you could say. Yeah, I think it's going to leave a mark for sure. You know what? Here, I'm going to do this mostly just for layer line stuff here. All right, I need a little more thinner. 1 second here. Okay, yeah. And just trying to maybe do a little bit of a. Usually it's brushstroke mates. Here's a little bit of layer line. Yeah, recoil certainly no helmets, no none of the metal uh, grates on the for the face either. None of that kind of stuff. Recoil. I just there was a little Instagram video on the evolution of hockey goalie helmets. It wasn't all that long ago that hockey goalies had no helmets at all. Then they were using those formed face masks, which they painted up in very dramatic ways. Then they started using the helmets with the cages. Then they had to start having the throat guards. After, well, shall we say, there was an incident with a skate. And the only reason the goalie is still here is because his bench was closer than if he had been the visiting team. Let's just say the Zamboni had some extra work to do. Let me throw a little bit of that right there. So yeah, ever since then, they had to start wearing that extra guard. Let me throw a little bit of this here. But yeah, it's really weird to see videos of hockey goalies with nothing, not even a mask or anything. Again, just trying to fill in a couple of layer lines there. Oh, you know what we're going to do here? Let me get back to this. Because we need a little reflected light there, but it's got to reflect, well, obviously the skin color around it. Otherwise, that's not terribly reflective then, is it? Now oh yeah, I got to come back with my dark here to sharpen up some edges. How's about some of the asphaltum? Let's do that. There. Yeah, let's cut that off too. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of that. A little more dark over there. Sharpen up that edge too. It's pretty wild what you can do with bamboo, right, Ekchuk? Unless you're a panda, then you just eat it, I guess. There you go. I think some of that was missing. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get a little bit of separation now from our background here, and that's the only that we are now past the 4 hour mark. Yeah, recoil, yeah, just like ropes so that we can jump off of bridges and stuff. Recoil and silk so that we can jump out of airplanes. Yes, indeed. Can still working with the asphaltum here. I gotta figure out what's happening with this stuff down in here. You know, ooh, actually, I don't think I ever did. I don't think I did on all the other ones except for this here. Let's get me some of our heavy duty dark on this here. And that's some of the phthalo green and some of the Payne's gray. I'm gonna try here. Let me. Whoops! No, that's the Perline black. Well, fine. Here, let's. Okay, fine. That's our dark green. That is our dark green, and we're gonna start doing some of that down here. I know I'm missing something there. Yeah, extra. That would be somewhat unfortunate, wouldn't it? If static electricity were going, fabric static was going to be enough to be the course of your demise there. Yeah, recoil. There's been a few times where you go on an adventure and you say, yeah, if I had probably a second or two more to think about that adventure, maybe I probably would have been a little less adventurous. Did I get? Yeah, maybe I'm doing that a little more there. So under here, yeah, maybe that even takes on a little bit more of a glaze type of a thing here. But I think we can darken this in. Again, I'm just using the Perlene Black, which is that's a really dark green. Like so. I mean, I guess I guess you could say it was a little bit like, taking precautions at the axe throwing place. That was very, very, very fun, though, I have to say. Alright, we'll get that darker stuff back here now. Like this. Also here. What's going on there? More of that dark. So see that starts to a little bit of shadow going like this. I'm gonna keep rolling with this. Whoa, okay, not that much roll. Let's back off of that a little. Because that also, yep, that should be darker there. Now, of course, there's going to be some things here that even on a resin printer, there'll be some things that just don't print out as well as other parts of it. There's some things that I've actually tried to bring into the slicer to print, only to find out, yeah, that support's probably not really going to work. So there's, again, that's the other limitation of the FDM style printer. It's going to be more difficult. Certain things might just not be possible that would be ordinarily, something you could do very easily on a resin printer. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for again the sub thing there. That really does help the channel a whole bunch. Again, that you wouldn't think, okay, yeah, well, 60-40 split versus 50-50, not a big deal. Ironically enough, it does make a big difference. I think actually the smaller channels do benefit a bunch from that. We'll take the asphaltum here, and of course the Indian yellow. That is going to make us that super nifty amber color here. So again, we're just mixing those two together. We're talking about Indian yellow, which means a color that's kind of on the thicker side, but one that is hyper translucent. Very, very translucent here. We're also trying to create, see, kind of that light, dark, and then the reflected light underneath, which we kind of started over here. We're going to double down on that a little bit. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And again, we appreciate all the folks that have done the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also appreciate the raids. We've had a couple of those tonight. Let me see if I can come back in here again. This is going to be for some more. Not just trying to do some value here, but also again to hide some layer lines. You know, I haven't used this as a blending brush yet. We'll just use you, like so. Yep, here's another couple of places I could use this. Yeah, that's the same amber color we were just using down here and over here on the leather. Also here on the necklace deal. Maybe even darken that down a bit there too. Okay, can't really mess with that too much. Also might do a little something lighter on these eyebrows before we forget that, because I will. Let me just step over here to some of our Van Dyke brown, some of our lighter bluish gray. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So Rico, that's going to provide an adventure in STL file procurement, don't you think? Yeah, probably something like that. So thank you so much, Recoil. Yeah, that's going to be a huge, huge help. So Recoil, the latest shipment of the emergency non-black matte filament arrived earlier today during the snow. So that is appreciated. But yeah, geez, I wish we could do a Giro something, right? Obviously, we can have some. We can make the emotes out of them. I wish we could do some actual Giro stuff. That would be so much fun. Well, also Bobo and also Trunko, because let's not leave out Bobo and Trunko. They were a huge part of the Ugly Doll Kingdom. Ooh, let me line this up here. Actually, Rico, I'll send you a picture of the that Nurgle King design that Kathy was going to. Well, I think she did actually have a T-shirt made out of it. Oh, that's right, because she was working at the T-shirt place, so she could make she had to learn how to use that, and she made her own design to test in the. It was one of those direct-to-garment printers, and it was actually an Epson of all things. So I'll send you that design again. That's one that she made that she. As I was thinking of making that into stickers. Oh, and recoil. I think I told you earlier that I found out why there's only 50 items in the merch thing, because you either have to be a partner or you have to pay to be the ultra subscription. I think that's what it's called, an ultra or something like that. So I think it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 bucks a month or something like that to have 150 items in the store as opposed to 50. So if I want to add more stickers, I might remove some of the other clothing items because I actually have quite a few of those. Did I light? Let me see. I gonna get me a little bit more light down here on the bottom of the chin. Let me see if we can do that here. It's actually got some of the ice blue there. So we're doing this blending brush. This has pretty much been our skin tone blending brush. We just do a little tap, 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 and see again, no hard edges or brush strokes or anything funky like that. And we'll take this, then the blending brush here. We do that little bit, tap, 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 and nice and smooth. It's almost like an airbrush. Except we didn't have to clean anything. We didn't need a mask, or we didn't have to clean the airbrush. We didn't need a spray booth or anything like that. Yeah, I might just also get a little bit more of our lighter skin tone on this too. Something like that. Recoil, the as you can imagine, the big stumbling block is the average viewers. So you would have to average, I believe it's 72 viewers, and they changed the. So basically, raids don't mean anything. So yeah, they changed that. So even if you were rated by 10,000 people, it wouldn't matter. If you had 3 people before the stream, your average viewer count would be 3. So you remember in the past you used to be able to do like a refresh or something, and then you count it as being a viewer. Yeah, they got rid of that. And I actually did once, twice, Rico. Actually, twice I sent in basically requests, showing all of the YouTube channel, the Instagrams, all that other kind of stuff. And well, the answer was negatory. They said nope. Call us again when you got average viewership of 72 per stream. Maybe that would be possible if I streamed at, shall we say, more normal human hours for someone that lives in this time zone. I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, we came pretty close, Rico. There was one point where I think the average was in the mid 60s, and that's when, oh yeah, that's right. It was in the mid 60s, and I thought, well, let's give this a shot. Yeah, that didn't work. The answer was, again, yeah. So again, that will never happen. Again, especially with as much as we love our raids, sadly, they do not count for that. Which actually, yeah, Rico, that makes it probably really hard for folks just to get to whatchamacallit, affiliate, right? Do I have a? Mm, okay, fine. Here, let me just get a little bit more my thinner into this, and it might just be enough to do that. Is that okay? A little bit lighter there. So I think yeah, Rico. There was someone I know. He had the 70 plus. He had the 70 plus. He had all of the prerequisites, and they still said no 3 times. He even had like again the 70 plus whatever it was needed, and they still said no. So it apparently it's like playing a game of footy where they got the field on a carousel and they're moving the goalposts. Yeah, recoil. That was one of the big things I noticed because all of a sudden the average viewer thing it didn't drop by a couple or a 10 or a whatever. It dropped by like 20 or 30 because it wasn't counting the raids anymore. So yeah, if folks didn't know about that, sadly, again, even if don't bother doing the refresh thing because yeah, that doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. Actually, the last time that kind of stuff worked, that was kind of when Kathy was doing the streaming. Yeah, it's definitely a specialty viewership, right? Right, Rico, and that's why we appreciate all the folks that watch the stream. I really do appreciate that because again, it's not a gargantuan audience, so every single person matters a whole bunch. Now, what matters a bunch here is I gotta either get me some more of my fast mat weight or see if this is gonna be an okay. That's not too bad. That's gonna I think be good. I'm gonna try and do some more of the lightest light here on the sleeve. Yeah, recoil. I don't know if there's any way to find out. I guess what your ranking is in a particular genre. I don't even know if there is such a thing. I know that I guess what is it the end of the year? Oh, we haven't used this as a blending brush yet. You get your Twitch summary or something like that. Ah, here we go. So yeah, I really felt bad for the person that had. They tried something like 3 big pushes to get to the partner thing, and again, they had done all of the requirements, and they were told no 3 different times. And after that, they just said, okay, fine, forget it. Yeah, recoil. Oh, I think you're familiar with Twitch math. Yes, Twitch math. It's very different from regular math. It's where numbers and values are randomly assigned different things. Right now, here, this is the edge. I'm really trying to get that lighter, since there's much less chance of me just sticking my finger on that again, like I had been doing. I think it's safe now to come in here, do this, and now again we got our blending brush here. You can see the white that's on there. So see how I didn't have to do a whole bunch of layers there or at all? Yeah, I can just imagine recoil Twitch math at a cricket match, and all of a sudden one side it's well, wait a minute, How did they have 110 runs? They haven't batted yet. The other side's been batting for a day and a half, and why did they have 3 runs? Again, that's what you call Twitch math right there. And again, this area out here was going to be the prime area for things like layer lines, but again, we were able to minimize those. So I'm really kind of anxious now to see what that .2 nozzle is going to do, because there's been some folks in the stream that have said, yep, I've used that .2 nozzle, and you get some pretty nice results out of that. So very excited to get that .2 nozzle on that machine and get cranking away with it this week. Blending brush again. And I can roll into this another time. Of course, this is sort of on the thinner side, mostly because we aren't trying to fill in some of these layer lines here. It is so weird to be painting, this and this after painting so much terrain, and now using the very same stuff for this. It's just, wow. It's going to take a while to get used to, let me tell you. Because what is this, the 4th time? Yeah, right, the fourth bust that I painted that was printed on the FDM printer. Again, 4 hours and 34 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Not a zilch, none. It was just primed. We're using our typical big 4 oil paints. Winsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamblin, and now Richardson, that forms our big 4. Gotta be careful getting this too late on the ear there. Let me see if we can scare up a couple of more lights on the hair all the way up here. I think that should probably catch a few more lights. Well, that should catch something. That has nothing on it there. Oh, geez, Grant Oracle. What number advantage is that? Like 10,045? So I'm curious to see what you just discovered there, Grant Oracle. And again, thanks to everybody that has gotten stuff from the merch store. Yes, the old gee whiz. I meant to bring those in here. Hopefully we'll have them in here for the Monday stream. I didn't quite know where the heck they could go, but here, let's, there we go. So these arrived today, and boy, oh boy, I have to say the packaging was pretty nifty on those. So again, there's the, that's one of, I think 4 or 5 different mugs, different colors, different designs, and then of course there's that. Hey there, Blades. Grand Oracle, weren't we talking about that on, speaking of Armada Mondays there, weren't we talking about that? I think you were saying that you were going to try that, right? And of course, again, that was, and we'll be painting some more of the Tau ships on our Armada Monday stream. And of course, Blades, if you want to share any of your links in the chat, please go ahead. Blades, sorry that I haven't had a chance to check out your message yet. So again, I'm hoping that maybe, now that it's been a few hours, things maybe at least have stabilized, if not improved. That well, that trajectory we were just talking about. Hopefully, that trajectory is at least the needle is standing still. And blades, I do hope that that all starts working out there for you. Of course. Oh, here we are. Let's do this. Let's do some of that right here. Grand Oracle, it certainly worked that way with those Tau ships, right? I mean, they were painted that nasty red, and then we were able to really, I think, do a significant improvement, right, and really deepen up that red. Welcome back, Irid. Everybody, please give Iridicam Wave a follow if you could. I'm gonna try and again. I'm just hitting it with with the white. Then we take our blending brush and boom, we're just doing that, keeping it easy. Again, easier is better. Why make it frustrating? Why make it difficult? Regular life is plenty frustrating and plenty difficult. We don't need to add to that, especially when it's supposed to be your fun thing there. Ooh, that's what we haven't done here yet. Holy smokies. Okay. I knew there was something missing there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And again, everybody please give Blades a follow. Again, everybody please give Ear Wave a follow. Give Recoil a follow as well. Do all the follows. So yeah, Recoil. That's what really makes all of the different raids, and of course, the community trying to support each other. Really, really, really vital. Cause ain't nobody else doing it for us, right? We gotta do it ourselves. I'm gonna try and lighten up that top of that nose. I'm looking to solidify this over here. Again, I'm tempted to add. No, I'm not gonna add any light there. I was tempted to put a little light up in there, but we're not going to do that. I am gonna try and dry brush in just a little bit of lighter tone on this chin here. Also on this side. And yeah, I know folks have been saying they can't really believe that this was done on an FDM printer, but it definitely was. This was done on a Bamboo Carbon X1. I think Grant Oracle went the calculation that if you do the 0.08 layer height and you just stick with the 0.4 nozzle, you're kind of doubling the print time. And then if you do the 0.2 nozzle, are you going to double that again? So essentially 15 goes to 30 goes to 60. Yeah, recoil. And again, that's really what I do like about the Twitches as opposed to, say, maybe something like a YouTube where it can get a wee bit on the territorial side. And of course, we appreciate all the other fellow Twitch streamers again that have really helped out the channel here. And of course, Armored Wolf, who has had to listen to all the madness on this channel for almost 5 years now. That's like, what was that? The Mansions of Man, or whatever the Cthulhu, the Mountains of Madness. There you go. Yeah, you can only be exposed to Wampoville for so long before you are permanently altered. So not quite double. So it would be kind of like 15, 30, 47. So my guess is something, even if it was just this size and of this type, and of course printing out the plinths would be probably in the upwards of 39-ish hours, right, Sea Dragon? How you doing? So of course, Sea Dragon, appreciate you being here and watching the streams. You know what? I wonder. Well, let's see. I want to do that. Then maybe still try and get some. Ooh, let me try this here. Try some of the asphaltum over there. Yeah, and up here. So appreciate you being here, Sea Dragon. I'm also hoping that this notion of using the filament style printers does mean that some folks have a chance to actually print out this kind of stuff where before it really just wasn't, they didn't think it was an option. I'm wondering here. Let me try something. Oh, I didn't think I could make that lighter in there, but I can, so let me put a little more of this right in there. So Sea Dragon, again, appreciate you being here, of course. Now, get the one bummer about the Nerikson bus is they actually sculpt the eyes in. Again, whereas usually, again, like even
Hello,
this one
little
here,
hobbits. Spark my gun.
right? They're just blank, and you can paint in what you need, right? Maso, how you doing? Thank you so much for that follow. So that's you again, huh? Not the cat. It's like, why does everybody keep? I'm not Cat Doff. I'm Gandalf. It's like, there is a cat. Oh, there's also a version of you with no arms. This just gets weirder and weirder. Now we have had 1-6 on our big Gandalf 6. It's a safe roll. This flashed, but it did end up being a 3. Hey there, it's Ranuel. How you doing? Happy Sunday there, it's Ranuel. Again, I'm losing that day there. I'm surprised I haven't said the wrong date more often during the stream here. Oh, geez, somehow we never got our lighter stuff all the way up here. What's going on with that? Come on. Almost there. No way, man. That was not just too much paint, but there was a whole passel of thinner on that. That would not have ended well. It would have ended, just not well. Okay, I think that's about all I can do with that. So, oh, okay, hey, oh, geez, recoil, holy smokes! You know what we need to do? What we need to, where the heck are there? They are. So we do have a Mega Cathy and a Mega Giro. Now it would be like a Giganto Cathy or something like that because we printed it out in '72. We have to print out one of our Cathys then in mega size and print out a big old Giro where Giro's like this big or something. Actually, oh, that's right. My niece, I guess, they want me to sculpt a wedding topper, like of them, like I did with Kathy and myself. And then I advised them, well, maybe you could have some kind of a service, do an STL version of you, which means you could be printed out at basically any size, including garden gnome size. So there you go, Recoil. You could have a garden gnome version of yourself. So it'd be you, Mum, and Squeak as garden gnomes out on the front lawn. Colossal Kathy. That's Rico. If you could just, it's going to be a strange request, but if you could actually shoot me a reminder just of that, because otherwise I'll forget. But that actually, yes, we can we can do a colossal Kathy. Now it is conceivable. How we got this going here? I mean, we could, in theory, right? Recoil. We could just do a cut right here and put the plinth there, and the sword would hang out. So we could cut right about here. But there's plenty of Loot Studios busts that do that. There's a shield in the hand and this. Oh, there you go, Recoil. We would have the Colossal Kathy bust. I don't know. That might just be, well, again, it's also dependent on me learning a whole lot more about using the slicers and stuff for doing stuff like that. That would be tricky, but maybe that's a worthwhile thing. Yes, the Colossal Kathy bust. There you go. All right, well, yeah, okay, fine, I'll do this. Because I see this, I want to get a little bit of the light stuff going here. On the hair, these two strands. So Sea Dragon, I think you've seen the Mega Cathy that we've painted, which again is like the 72 mil version of the Cathy miniature. The latest one was the Christmas one. Sadly, cannot reach it, but yeah, that was the Christmas version. You know what? I think this one. Oh, actually, this one is solid too. We could print this one up on the FDM style printer too. Hey, Lead Logic, how you doing? So Lead Logic, I think you were watching this one, right? So this is the other FDM printed one. We painted this one up on Thursday there. Let me see, 4 hours 50 minutes ago. We just started painting this. So that was the 72 mil version. If you look back at the streams from December, there was a Christmas one, and actually it even had a Christmas tree. And you can also see the finished images of that on the Instagrams there. Then also, on Kathy's birthday, I believe we also painted a Mega Kathy on Kathy's birthday, or Kathy's birthday week. Oh no, that was oh, that's right. We painted the Christmas Kathy on the 21st. That's right. And remember, Jiro had the glowing red nose, which that was the first time we did that for Jiro. It would definitely be quite the chess set, wouldn't it? Actually, Lead Logic. You'd have to with the individual squares. You'd have to either have some kind of really nice, where they use the different types of wood to instead of just the stain, but like one one square would be mahogany, the other might be birch or beech or something like that, to create a difference in the color, not just with the stain, but also the type of wood. There we are. Almost forgot to do this. Little more light right there, a little more light right here. Also there. No, I was tempted to throw a little more in there. We're just gonna not do that here. We are gonna get a little bit of the light out here on that strand. Where's my blending brush here? Ah, that's this one. And then if you check Sea Dragon, the Streamiversaries, which were always kind of in mid-April, that's where we did the really large Wapelius spell brush. So I don't know. Maybe we have to print this out on the FDM printer, really, really, really large, where Wapelius's face is like the size of this. That would be the Mega Wapelius right there. That's for sure. Yeah, let me. Fine. I'm gonna get a little more of the light down here. Now, of course, it would be really. I don't know if. I don't believe that Moonlight Minis would be able to sculpt the Happy Accidents Wapelius there in time for our stream anniversary, which usually is April 13th. That generally is the day we try to target for that. So yeah, we did the I think at least once, maybe twice, did the Wapelius Spellbrush in 72 mil. Actually, technically 3 times, because one was the old sculpt. That was the old sculpt by Artisan Guild. That was the original Wapelius Spellbrush. And then, of course, there's also the Kathy Goblins that Hack and Slash did. And actually, Blades is painting another Kathy Goblin on stream these days. We did at least 2 of the Kathy Goblins here. Needless to say, there was plenty of plaid and other such things. Do this here. Now, I think anything else would have to be just more of the dark now. Ooh, okay, that's a chance to set there, so we have to kind of reactivate this a little bit. Also trying to make it a touch later. Let me see what happens right in here. Nah. Whoops, okay, there we go. I think, man, we don't necessarily want to go too much lighter with that. Let me do a little something on here. Something over here too. I think we did get our lightest lights on that. Ooh, here's another place where we need to get some, well, lighter turquoise stuff happening right there. That also sets up a nice little difference with all of our corals and such. Fine, we're just gonna start doing a little bit of dry brushy stuff down there. You know what, here I'm gonna come back with the, okay, phthalo green. and the manganese blue under here. This has kind of a weird opacity to it. It's really not an opaque color at all, but it's such an intense color that it looks like it's or paints a bit more like an opaque. It's just the intensity of it, not any actual opacity. You can see it right there. There's no white or anything like that in there. It's a saturation opacity, if that makes any kind of sense. Which that's what I'm wondering is going to happen with the what was that, the cadmium yellow hue, again from the Griffin line. Oh yeah, Thranduil, I have one of the paints that arrived today was the chromatic black, which everybody keeps asking about. So we have a chromatic black at least. We'll give that a shot. I'll do a color theory and oil vids. We will compare that to all the different Mars black. And we only have like 12 different Mars black. That's going to be a lot of color charts there, Thranduil. I'm going to have to do potentially upwards of 4 color charts then. If I want to do the black spinel next to it, now 5. Well, let's see. I think the record is 6 different color charts in one color theory and oils vid. And of course, well, we would do a staining test on it and see. Now, again, I doubt that that's going to have any staining properties, but I also said the same thing about Perling Crimson. And, well, we were a bit surprised, needless to say. Oh, yeah. Can't see that is not an opaque color at all. There's no opacity to that. That is just saturation doing the thing there. And of course, it is it's one of our Griffin Alkyd colors also too. And remember, there is zero staining power to that manganese blue. I mean, it's almost like destaining. It's like the anti-staining color, which makes it very good for working with our darker primer startings like we did with this one. Did the dry brush stuff. And then proceeded to do some mid-tone stuff. And then, of course, the glazing, some of the darker glazing, which took many different forms. You could almost say that was more of a traditional darker glaze. This whole different animal there. Now, where's that file? Okay, there's enough here. I'm going to get some of that down in here. Or let's do this. Let's change gears again. I'll take this radiant green. We'll take some of this here. And we'll get some of that on here. Again, that is not an opaque color. Also, too, that's basically a pin line wash. So that's probably about 90 some odd % thinner right there. So we're taking a translucent color. We have infused it with a whole bunch of thinner, and yet it still almost paints like an opaque, and that is just, again, the intensity of the color, the saturation of it creates that difference. But now, a little touch of reflected light here. Ooh, I think I can maybe... No, we need ourselves... here we go. And we got plenty of these things laying around. Let's just grab ourselves a new one. There we go. Some here. That blending brush over there. Now, what's we haven't done yet with our Perlene black and some of this here. Whoops, not there. We do that. We do this. Like so. There we go. That's a little bit of a softer transition right there. Grab the. Okay, that whole bunch of our brown is in there, but I'm gonna do the same over here again. So a little bit of the, yes, that's a little bit of this crazy turquoise green on the sleeve. Almost no part of this vest is brown. It's violet, it's green, no, it's turquoise. Some parts of it have a little bit of pink in them too. But the brain looks at it and says, "Oh yeah, that's a dark brown." There was a wee bit of the Van Dyke brown in there, but there was definitely more of the violet used. No question about that. I mean, it's important enough on a small miniature to get that kind of color variety, but you're doing something big like this, you really gotta get that variety, and otherwise, gets to be a bit of a visual, boring kind of a thing. No, people aren't gonna be all that interested in looking at least not for very long. It's okay. So the red shadow is a slightly darker red. Yay. Should there be something else in there like, oh, I don't know, some kind of greens or whatever, that's just gonna enhance the viewing experience and people are gonna want to look at it more. Which, if you're doing that whole contest thing or whatever, that's probably what you want. Just throwing it out there. Okay, I don't think I want to go any later. Right there between those eyes. Might do a little. Oops, that's a little muchly there. Let's get some of that off the brush. And look at that. We're just doing a little blending brush here. I need to do some of that on this side. Okay, look, my hand is on this brush. It's almost off the end of the brush. Like we say, caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Yeah. It did need that. It needed that over there. So yeah, what are we at? So now we're at the 5 hour mark here. Just again, that's about how long we're working on this one. Of course, the last stream, Twitch decided to end the stream on its own. Twitch math is funny, right? Recoil, but sometimes just straight up Twitch is well, it's comical in that it has a sense of humor. Yes, indeed. Here we're going to take their micro blending brush to that. I mean, it didn't really matter because not that long after Twitch exited the stream for us, we had to exit the building here, so it was okay. Yeah, Blades felt bad about that because I knew they were. It was Insomnia Blades. They're hanging out in the stream, so skin. Sorry about that sudden end to the stream on Thursday. That was an unplanned exit or an unscheduled dissolution of the stream right there. You know what? This here, also right over here, there's just this teensy bit of the hair here that I probably should do like that. Maybe a little bit more dark there. Oh, and also maybe down in there too. Let me throw a little touch of this again. That's got the phthalo green mixed with the indigo. Yeah, blades. That was kind of that's how it was when I got back home. It was kind of in and out of sleep. Then again, like I was saying, at 4 something, I said, you know what? I might as well use this as an opportunity. Go do some work, and then try to reestablish some kind of normalcy by staying up as late as I could. I think that did work. Let's see, what about this here? Okay, I'll just do this. We'll do this here again. The phthalo green. And of course, again, colors you can change opinion on colors like this manganese blue. I tried it. This is when we were doing the staining test, and I was like, "Oof, man, that's got nothing." Not realizing that it was pretty darn close to the fluorescent blue that we use. I mean, it was really close actually. So all of a sudden, oh, I wish I had the Kathy figure here, but it was the Kathy figure's armor. Yes, it was the Mega Kathy. Well, the first Mega Kathy anyway, where I tried using that manganese blue on the armor, and it worked so well that we started doing it on other things too. So again, you never quite know a color that maybe when you first try it, because you're thinking, okay, this is what I'll use it for, and it doesn't necessarily work out. Maybe give it a try for something else, and who knows, it might end up being a very valuable part of the ensemble, which it kind of is now. I'm gonna maybe alter this back to something that's more of a yeah. That's really not contrasty with all of our corals and such. I think we should have that be much more of a contrast. Now let's get some of that over here too. Fine. Some along here. This is, oh yeah, alright, here, let me take this. We will fill that in with, again, some of our turquoise there. What is, oh, that's more of our leaf right there, okay. Maybe I'll just take this. Pop that right down in there, oh, and also over here. I'm going to take either the asphaltum or our, well, that's not the quinacridone golden brown. That's now a color too valuable to use because it doesn't exist anymore. Geez, Rico, maybe I should go onto eBay and just type in Williamsburg quinacridone golden brown and see if anything pops up. Well, first of all, at all. I've certainly never perused eBay for used oil paint. But now all of a sudden, I'm intrigued at that possibility. Yeah, Rico, there was somebody, well, again, his miniature manifesto, as we called it, he declared that all Warhammer, actually, I think it was even 40K minis, all had to be on the Goblin Green, the Goblin Green bases. I think we still have somewhere in this house, Rico, is a jar of at least a jar of that Goblin Green. And of course, if it's the older stuff, I'm sure it probably is still usable. The new stuff, I'm sure it would be dead after a week. Yeah, now I'm intrigued about an eBay search for quinacridone golden brown, and if it exists, and is it one of those things where they have no idea? They're like, okay, it's a tube of paint. Who cares? They may have no idea what the kind of gold mine they're sitting on, right? Recoil. Let me get a little bit more of this red down in there. Now on, oh, there's a couple little barnacles over here. Let's get those. Some of our Mars Yellow Deep here. Actually, recoil. I don't know if coat d'arms still exists, but when we first started doing Adepticon, coat d'arms actually, the prize support for the painting contest was also coat d'arms paint, and it was in those octagonal containers, right? And I think actually didn't folks say that originally DW stuff was done by coat d'arms, and then I think they ended up doing privateer press. So again, we want to say thanks to everybody that has done the sub thing, because again that kind of helps towards that 60-40 split, which again is an outsized difference. Believe me, it really makes a difference. So I appreciate everybody that has been doing the subscription thing. Of course, we also appreciate all the folks that have either gotten some of the merch, done the donation thing. Thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. All of those, again, that's the stuff that we use for trying to get the FDM materials, right, so that we can print stuff like this, getting these files. It all goes to use to supply us with things either for Twitch streams or tutorials. One of those two things. Oh, Rico, now that sounds fun. That sounds very fun, actually. In the old containers before the crazy ones that automatically spill everything. Now I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup here on these. Don't know if they're really buttons or not. I don't know. Also, you know what? I'm just going to do it anyways. Where's my... There you are. We'll get me some of this, and we will mix this with the Van Dyke Brown again, and that's going to, again, form some really dark stuff on that vest here. We got that. Come on. Van Dyke Violet. Or Violet Brown. Well, that would be this stuff here. I mean, all kidding aside, where is... okay, here we go. There's Iron Violet. And they got Mars. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Mars Violet. Yeah, there is such a thing as Mars Violet. It's floating around in here somewhere. What is this? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's not the one I'm thinking. There it is. Yeah, look at that. Mars Violet. Ah, so the old hex bottles with the white caps. I think, well, I still have some of those coat d'arms around. All right. In we go here. You know what? Also going to darken this. Come on. Okay. Now over here, this is the point to it right over here. So again, that's the violet. It's got the Van Dyke brown. It's going to mix like this here. We're going to take not that, but this one. Do a little tap tap. You see how that takes that and just drags that down. Oh, as Rico says, there's a whole bunch. Now, recoil, I guess, what are the code words, right? For, oil paint that's, okay, this is mostly, did they say like new? Or do they say mostly dried out? Or do they say buyer beware? Or something like that? I would be intrigued for sure. Because again, that quinacridone golden brown, even if you get that 21, I think it was a 21 or 17 mil tube of that is somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 or whatever. Now I'm wondering, see, I'm tempted to throw another little light back there. I might still do that. I might try to get a little more of a highlight on the chain back there. Also going to try and thin that or narrow that down. Maybe not fool around with that. Oh, here we go. We're going to do this here. Okay. We do still have our white and yellow over here. What do we got? Okay. Well, that's now Hansa gray. Oh, look at this. Yeah, see, where's surface tension when we need them? We just created Hansa gray. Basically, it was Payne's gray mixed with Hansa yellow, which, if you're looking for kind of a Nergly gray, that would do it. All right, let me get some of this white over here. Yeah, that would actually make a very interesting. I know we've got some color charts that show that same kind of idea, that same what would you say, that same theory. Because it would, yes, it would have a greenish tint to it, but boy, it would be very muted and really kind of grungy. Big time. I'm gonna. So that does have some of the. Well, now we're getting some of the Mars yellow deep in there too. Okay. All right, we'll do that. And some of that over here. So now, yeah, there we go. That's starting to do the trick here. Oh, now we got to get up here. That's a little more dicey because there's this is the one place where you're going to have more of the layer lines. Actually, this might also help to hide some of those too, maybe. Back to this again. All right, fine. Just got to stick my hand there. And just bring out this later, again, where the stitching is. And then a little over here. And I always see that that really begins to stand out. And then here we can have what looks a little bit like some a little bit of wear and tear on there. Yeah, that works. Not down there. Maybe let's lighten this up just a touch. These guys too. Here, let me make sure we don't hit our plinth with that. Okay. Recoil. Yeah, we can establish a black market of Yinmin blue, quinacridone golden brown. It would be like some kind of well, I guess it's a business that Elrond would probably get involved with. I mean, he is the mob boss at Middle Earth, anyways. That's a really nice quinacridone golden brown you got there. It'd be ashamed if something was to happen to it. So that's almost straight up violet in there. Yeah, more of this violet here. I think you can see where we're reaching. Right in that zone right there. Also, look at this here. A little bit of reflected light also over here. Reflected. That's supposed to be shiny. How is that not reflecting things? Well, Rico, I guess then we could barter in. We'll trade for filament. Yes, we'll corner the market on Yidmin blue, golden, quinacridone golden brown, and filament. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna do this down here a little bit more, right over here. So Thranio, this was done with the FDM style printer, and yeah, I think you remember this one from the video. Almost none of the necklace printed. Over here, that's unfortunate. That one part did not print there. Hey there, Elite. Nice to see ya. Actually, Elite, I don't know what it stands for. I don't know what it stands for. And I always keep getting it mixed up with FDM. Or sorry, MDF. See, I just did it. Because MDF, that was the old, remember the old, well, it's not old, it still is done, the wooden stuff, right? Where you take the laser and it laser cuts the wood. Well, Rico, I'm always saying we're in the wrong business, right? We're in the wrong business. Maybe that's the way to get into the right business. You know what? Maybe we'll grab a little bit of this orange. Oh, okay, that was. Let's go back to the Indian yellow. Okay, there we go. Now, a little less of that. That needs to be up there. Now, oh boy, I think I might have to maybe get some more of my fast matte white out here, unless this will work. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, it might be close enough. Oh, so we needed the did it up here. Kind of get that light down here too. So Elite, hopefully you have an entertaining game there. Let's do this. And I might try to take a. Okay, here, let me grab this. Some of our. left of the fast mat right over there. Let's bring that down here maybe. That sounds, well, the fused part definitely sounds right, Elite, since you're talking about, ooh, I say about 260 degrees Celsius. I think so. Definitely fused sounds about right. So much like the underpants gnomes, this is how we make big profits. So we hoard oil paints, barter for plastic filament. Step 3, take over the world. So it sounds like a solid plan. That's one of those things where you just say, okay, that plan is so solid it can't possibly go wrong. See, Elite, this is very much a non-standard use for the, what's that again, the fused deposition modeling. Yeah, this is definitely not the normal kind of subject matter that people might do with such a printer, but this is how you take over the world, right, Rico? You gotta, sometimes you just gotta see what sticks. And I guess all we need to do is have is a catchy song like the Underpants Gnomes, right, Recoil? That would be the final part of the Mercantile Empire is, again, having the catchy little jingle that we sing while we're making big profits. Uh, Let me keep taking, going to some of the Radiant Green with our Manganese Blue. Lock that back into here. We have a conversation. That's how we do our business dealings, right, Recoil? We have a conversation. And again, for the folks that maybe are a little less cooperative, maybe they should avoid walking near open bodies of water, especially with cement shoes. Again, that's a dangerous thing. You probably don't want to do that. I want to get some more of my lighter turquoise down here along this edge. Yeah, Rico. Oh, it's I think one of the things that I was doing, making build plates of while we were at the hospital there was the printing goes ever on version of the what would you call the War of the Rohirrim era stuff. Yeah, Rico. I wonder if I mean I have heard nothing about that as far as where it's available, even like to stream or something. That was again. That's probably where they should have just consulted the silly Marillion, right, Recoil? When in doubt, just go to the silly Marillion. You know what? Do that there, and maybe just take away some of that yellowish green. Boy, Rika, I swear that's even more expensive. I mean, by like 50 cents. Man, oh man, that's I think that's actually more, even if you saw it like prime in the theaters or something. Holy smokies! Yeah, that's a hard pass, right? So Elite, it is far more durable. Now again, there's going to be things that don't print. There's things that aren't going to print very well in comparison to, say, the resin. But the one thing you don't have to worry about is this little eggshell with all the insides being hollow. This is way stronger. Also, too, you don't have to worry about it. Again, there's nothing toxic, right? You can just handle it just like this. Here's some larger miniatures that we printed out. You just, as soon as it's done, you just grab it off of that build plate and you're good to go. Yeah, recoil. That is just, oh, shall we say, shocking. Oh, thank you so much, Sea Dragon. Man, oh man, I still haven't had a chance to get that sound going. Sorry about that, Sea Dragon. Oh, here we go. This is, of course, the sound we would love to be hearing for that. So let's get the proper sound for Sea Dragon. I think it's this one. Thanks, Sea Dragon. Appreciate that. So yeah, that's the sound that we really want to hear. And appreciate that very much because, of course, that also is a huge help. So thanks, Sea Dragon. Ooh, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this here. So that is the radiant green and the manganese blue, which is a little bit like taking the fluorescent blue and then some of the radiant green. So Sea Dragon, again, I hope that you enjoy the hoodie there. Actually, I think Sea Dragon, that's going to be embroidered. And I think the two hats that I had, those are supposed to now be on the way here. Those are also embroidered. That was the one where I had to we had to simplify simplify the image so that they could actually do that embroidery. At least I think so. I think it's possible. Maybe let me see here. Let's I can try and take a little look see there. Oh no, never mind. That's gonna be well, let's see. The if it's the white one, oh, not the white one. Well, I guess if it's the white one, that's printed. No, no, I think it's the never mind. It's the one that kind of looks almost like a tie dye. That's the one that's embroidered. Yeah, I think that's the only one of the sweatshirts that's embroidered. So let's see. So that must be let's see. So yeah, that one's definitely got to be a printed one for sure. And well, in Sea Dragon again, we have Recoil to thank because Recoil was the genius behind the Book of Wapple imagery there. And again, it's very much appreciated because there was no time for me to be able to create anything like that. So it is very much appreciated. Oh, my, we never really finished this off over here. Holy smokes. Okay, it's a little better over there. And again, many thanks to all the folks that have been kind enough to order some of the stuff from the merch store. It took a long, long, long time to get that established. But then the nice thing is that it's kind of organic as far as what ended up being in there, instead of just again, I was thinking images of miniatures or something, and this has been very fun. So Elite, again, that's what we were saying, some of the disadvantages of the FDM style printing. Yeah, this kind of thing, that is not what it does well. That's actually not even what it does not well. As you can see, it does it not at all. Now, it's possible if well, you can see here again, the smaller one. Also, too, the way it's oriented also makes a difference. So if I was to print this one out, probably another 10% larger, that whole necklace would most likely print. But again, it didn't print because again, it's we're pushing the envelope. Say to so I think that's safe to say we're kind of pushing things to their limits. And again, this is not meant to be a replacement, for the say, oh, we're not printing these in resin anymore. It's just printing something like this in resin would take an ungodly, as far as the cost goes, even hollowed, because remember, with the resin print, what can happen is those crazy little shelf errors, stuff just disappears also. So even, again, just even some of the last resin prints I did, there was stuff that should have printed and just didn't. Those Lord of the Rings kitties, until I started doing the supports myself, every single one of them had some kind of an error on them. Yeah, like the Gandalf kitty, I had to re-sculpt his, I mean, literally sculpt a pipe for him. It was just a little shelf. Like, that's not really a pipe. We'll have to redo that. So printing, that's, I was advised, I remember back in 2020, people were saying, look, 3D printing, it's a, as they called it, a hobby unto itself. While it is improved, obviously, since those early days, still, things happen. And it's one of those things where you say, oh, well, you chalk it up to better luck next time. It's, well, it's kind of like a certain team that keeps playing Kansas City in the playoffs, right? Elite, better luck next time. You just kind of worry that, well, I think this was what, their fourth time doing that. They had their 4 tries in the Super Bowl there. I'm trying to think of, well, you could say teams that are cursed or something like that. That might just fall under that category. So I can put in some of again, it's the radiant green mixed with that manganese blue, which might even go on here just a bit. Not much, just a touch of it there. Yeah, let's go. Yep, let me do a little bit more over here. And, oh, can work a little bit under there, that's all. You know what, some of this, maybe even get some of that. So yeah, Elite, I didn't bother sculpting that in because I actually, it was part of the video, so I wanted people to see what parts just did not print. We did do some little cleanup on it. I took my sanding sticks and did some sanding of things, but it was almost in some of the same areas that I'd have to sand if it were a resin bust too, where there would be some kind of support nubs, or there'd be drain holes. Right, there have to at least be drain holes there, and a couple on the other parts of the torso there. Blending brush. Again. So just we got a little hint of something lighter out there. What's going to happen with this? Here we got this. Same blending brush down here. Elite, just Google search the term wide right. Or wide, I think it's wide right. Just look up that, and that will be a tale of woe. I think that's all you need to do is research the team wide right. I'll see you later there, Recoil. Thank you so much for being here, and a good night, of course, to Mom and to Squeak, and to you too. Let me just get this out of here. There we go. All of a sudden, a whole bunch of stuff good on there. So thank you so much, Rico, and good night, Mom. Oops, get you out of the way. There we go. I almost dipped that right into the medicine there. So yeah, Elite, that is a wee bit of frustration for sure there. Now we got ourselves some fast mat what we can work with here. Much better. Oh, oh no, sorry about that recoil. I think I've done that a couple of times before. Yep, I think I've done that at least 2, if not 3 other times. Again, the brain is definitely, it doesn't do the brain stuff right now. Catch a bit more of this over here. And now on this sleeve over here, I'm going to try and do a little fixing of some stuff here. Now here, most of this, I just hit it with the sanding stick, and that really did a fantastic job. I still got to get those. Oh, I still got to get the bigger ones like this. I keep forgetting to go on Amazon and get me more of these. I think I originally got these on Micro Mark. Wow, you can see how much use this has gotten. The sandpaper itself is practically being scraped off of there. But those are the bigger ones. The smaller ones, those are, I can get a batch of 20 of them for about $7-ish on eBay, or sorry, on Amazon. So thanks, Daniel, again. Appreciate Mom being, and thanks again, Mom, for the sub too. That helps a whole bunch. So it's got a little bit of a greenish tint to it as well. So out here, it's a little bit more of a pinkish hue, and now again here where it's kind of facing where our plinth is, that's got a little touch more of a greenish tint to it. It's not a ton, as we utilize our blending brush once again. Lighten you up right along that portion there, and then down here. Fine, I guess we'll do some more light on the starfishy again. Plus this. Yeah. Oh yeah, it makes a bigger difference than I thought. Yep, I think I can do some of that right along here. This too. I'm gonna sneak the brush in this way though. 1 second here. Okay, almost there. Alright. do this bit right here. And just missing a few links, right? Elite, just missing a few links. That light right up against this again. I wonder if I were to make that lighter. Now let's get back to this. Maybe that brown ochre, the Indian yellow. And this is not a inline wash or anything of the sort. We're just sort of painting this over the top because the Indian yellow is such a translucent color. Even if we were to paint it 100%, just no thinner at all, it's translucent enough that what's underneath would still show through, especially if that were dry. So it's with the oils, you don't necessarily have to do everything wet into wet. We show that on our army painting series all the time, or even like this one here, right? It was very critical that the paint dry in between each session because, well, there were many times where I would have had nowhere to stick my finger. So that becomes a really kind of an important thing to be able to let that paint have a chance to set, have a chance to dry a little, or completely. Now, I'm not going to mess with that right. Actually, is that, so that is part of the shirt, not part of the vest. Which means I need to make that a smidge ola lighter. That's just, well, this is a very dingy gray right here. It's made up of, oh, we used to call this, palette sludge. Oh, remember palette sludge, Rico? That was another color that we were going to make like a special tube for, and it was going to be called palette sludge. That'd be like, what in the world is that all about? That's back in the days of watercolors. One of the last things we would do on our watercolor paintings was essentially take basically whatever junk was sitting in the palette, kind of reconstitute that and mix it all together, and it would be some kind of a dirty gray, and you would actually do a couple little kind of like very thin glazes over stuff, and that would kind of tie things together, and we called it palette sludge because it pretty much looked like sludge, and it was from the palette, so palette sludge. That makes more sense. I think I thought it was part of the vest, and I'm looking at this going, nope, and not part of the vest. That is not part of that vest at all. That is the shirt, whatever you want to call it there. Fine, we'll do a little bit on the light on the hair. Man, oh man, Rico, I almost forgot about palette sludge. That was something we were good. Well, when we're going to make the Wapo oils, right? One of the featured colors was going to be palette sludge, which we always said if, oh gosh, Starship Filth was one of the, what is that, the MIG Ammo oil brusher colors. So we're like, if MIG Ammo gets Starship Filth, we get palette sludge. We can use that name then. Yeah, if you go back to some of the really, really, really old streams, you'll see well, in some of the YouTube vids also, or the Patreon vids, you'll see I was using the MIG Ammo oil brushers. And that was where I got the, if you're wondering why I did the, taking the paint, thinning it down, sticking it in the containers, it's because I was essentially trying to make my own version of the MIG ammo oil brushes for a class that never happened. That was originally for Adepticon 2020. Needless to say, there wasn't one of those. I remember having to mix a set of those for Kathy when she was trying out the oils. Let me see if I can't get a little bit of light here on this other eyebrow, because we sort of did it with the one on the right. Yeah, don't want them to look like they're gray. We're just trying to tone them down just a smidge there. I might also, it's kind of a, again, kind of a violet gray that's happening there. Might even step that back a little there. I'm looking at the way the hair is. I might need to see. I don't want to bring this highlight all the way right down to the end of the scalp there. Let's try this. This is it's not the lightest light. It's sort of a mid-tone. Okay. That was getting me a little bit too stark of a difference there. It's super dark and then boom, the highlight of the forehead. It's like, okay, how in the world can something be so light and then this other color right next to it picks up no light at all? So we're, again, that's the little adjustments, those little adjustments that we make along the way. So Rico, I'll send you a screen cap of like the different stats there, and you look at those and you go, wow, holy smokes. When you see the average views and stuff like that, it'll be illuminating. So I'll send you a screen cap of that. Now I'll crop it down so that you don't have to be hunting around in a tiny little image there on the phone. There's all those Twitch goals, recoil. I think the only ones that are left are the ones. Well, let's see. I've got one. I think it was the quarter. Yeah, it was the 250,000 minutes watched or something like that. The next one is 500,000. Then the next one I think there's 1,000,000. Well, Rico, all we got to do is to start doing the longer Saturday streams again. Yes, we'll just start doing the 12-hour Saturday streams again, and we'll get there in no time flat. We'll have all kinds of minutes watched. All kidding aside, though, I do want to still try for some of the longer streams, at least on Saturdays. Well, by starting earlier. Either that or we just keep on going. So instead of, we just keep rocking and rolling till 7, 8, 9 in the morning or something. Maybe that's what we got to do, Recoil. Oh man, maybe that was. Oh no no no. Okay. First I was thinking, I don't know if I wanted to do that bit of light there, but now it makes sense when I see the rest of that. Recoil, we did that at least once. We did it at least once, and I think the well, it was the, speaking of busts, And this is oils. This was one of the very first like regular oil paint things we did. That was this thing. Yeah, that was the 25-pound full. Was that a half size bust there? That's solid resin, and that thing it was balanced on some well, what would you say, some like some of the chamois cloth or whatever, and I left the stream on. Rico, I thought I'd turned it off, but I left it on, and that face was staring at the screen, and there were people that were like, well, I know that Nestor, he kept waiting for that thing to open its eyes and look at him. Recoil, I think we still bear the scars on this hand. And I think I was wearing a glove too. And I don't mean like whatchamacall, I don't mean like a nitrile glove. I mean like a glove, as in like a winter glove. And I think it still made the impression there. But yeah, Nestor was convinced that that thing was going to wake up and come to life and attack him through the screen. So yeah, that was I have another one of those recoil, and of course we would be replacing the cerulean blue with Severs blue. Also, that was remember that was the first time we used the Marion Street fluorescent oils. The other thing we didn't have at the time was the interference colors. I think I would really like to see maybe what the interference colors could do on that. That could be very interesting. Now, where's that blending brush again? Is it you? Fine, we're going to say it's you. Recoil, I think, was it? I forget who was telling the story, but they said they left on their stream like as an overnight. So we're talking a good 7, 8 hours or something like that. And I guess it delayed their advance to affiliate by like a month or something because they had no idea that their average viewership was, shall we say, being reduced every second that they were sleeping. The only reason that didn't happen to me, Recoil, is that both Armored Wolf and Nestor both sent me messages saying, you know, that stream is still going. So I actually had to climb out of bed and run and turn off the stream. And I could see people in the chat saying, well, I think maybe he's here. Maybe he just went to go get something to eat. I think for me it was maybe half an hour ish, 35 minutes. So, needless to say, if I stream that bust again, I'm going to make darn sure that that stream is turned off. Actually, where the palette is right now, the reason it is where it is because of that bust. Because the palette used to be right here, used to be sitting right there. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen with that bust, because the bust would have been sitting in the palette. So the palette got shifted off to the right, and it's been there ever since. So again, that's why we say thanks to Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on Twitch. And of course, be sure to head over to Armored Wolf Productions. Get lots of dice bags because, again, hashtag no sleep in Wappeville, that applies to Armored Wolf. So go there, order tons of dice bags so that Armored Wolf never gets that chance to sleep. Yeah, that's our version of the Legend of Sleepy Hollow there, Recoil. That was the Caracolila bust. That's right. Again, that was from Blackheart Models. And like I said, we have another one of those, and now I actually have an easier way to be able to fit that on screen than we did, years ago. That was probably the summer of 2020, I think. And there it is. Hashtag no sleep in Wampelville. As we add, yeah, a bit more of our light over here, over here. And again, it's got a little touch of the green to it, just a teensy touch of the green. Up there. This is another area where there's a little mischief with the print there. Just kind of paint in some detail, whatever. No big deal. Along here, a couple more of our lights there. So yes, they not turning out. There's been a couple of other times that's happened. I believe at least one or two other times Armored Wolf has had to say, you know what, you might want to turn that stream off. That's still going. Yeah, the potential for a hot mic moment there, right, Recoil? So let's just say that maybe some chocolate covered raisins were consumed during the day. And maybe they want to make the presence be felt, and you think the stream is off. And next thing you know, you got yourself a different kind of a TikTok video going there. This is a cuisine channel after all, but let me get a little bit more of my light on the very top of this right here. Recoil, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, Recoil, I don't even want to look, because if there's a Twitch channel out there where a person literally just snores, that's their stream. You would hate to find out that they have more average viewers, right? Hey, the Chip, how you doing? Welcome back. Well, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. So, Elite, I guess, I wasn't sure what kind of predictions you got for the game there, Elite. Because you can make the argument that Philadelphia potentially has the better defense. They have the better offensive weapons. And of course, I guess the question is Saquon Barkley going to rush for over 100 yards, and is he also going to score some touchdowns? Recoil, much like the Buffalo Bills, I would not be surprised if I was going to be to look at that and go, yep, the snoring streamer. Well, hey, Recoil, don't we talk about sleep streaming all the time? maybe maybe that's what I got to do. Is what is that stuff? Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine. That would be the post-stream stream. Recoil is just a sleep stream. Let's. Nope, nope, not over there. Not over there. We'll do this here. That's the big, to me, that is the big question. Because obviously, when the Bears were in the Super Bowl, you had Walter Payton, and he basically he blocked and he fumbled. That would be hashtag sleep in Wampleville. I know there's some folks that just have a like a camera on their pets, and their pets are actually max velocity. He has a camera on his cat, and the cat does spend a significant portion of the stream not doing much of anything except just sitting, sleeping there. Yeah, line that up a touch there. Now, okay, now that we've kind of done all this, let's see if we can do something down here. Oh, wait, first, a little touch of more reflected light there and there. Let me get my blendy brush. There. That's better. Now, I'm going to try to get some more light on some of the, and to unify some of this, I think I'm actually going to maybe use that same bluish turquoise color down here. Nah, not there. Over here. Also up there. So I guess we'll have to try and turn this one into a YouTube vid too. It's been a 6 hour stream. We either have to make it in two parts, or we're gonna have to just only we'll have to cut down parts of it. Well, I think we've spent a good half the time just on the base right here. I think this has taken more time than the actual bust, I guess, if you want to call it that. There's a When you think about it, there's a lot more going on the base here with the plinth. Yeah, we have surpassed 6 hours. Oh, and it's also 5 a.m., which means I might head over to Ragin there. Well, and of course, Super Bowl. What would you say? Super Bowl appropriate to say the Ragin Cajun from Australia. Yeah, that's because of course that makes sense. Yes, the Ragin Cajun from Australia. Which now all of a sudden now I'm starting to. Wait a minute! It is February after all. What am I talking about here? Actually, Fat Tuesday can't be that far away. Fat Tuesday, jambalaya, some gumbo, andouille sausage. Oh wow, yeah, all of a sudden, well, this is a cuisine channel. I think the cuisine just changed. Some good old andouille sausage. So Camden, if you're talking about the plinth here, this has just been some of the radiant green and the manganese blue hue. That's the Griffin manganese blue hue. We don't actually have what we like to call the radiant indigo. Yeah, we don't have the ice. Well, we did have the ice blue out here. We actually mixed a little bit of the ice blue into the skin tone. Oh, and also too on some of the hair. Yeah, that's where we did that. Okay, and of course, we also want to say thank you so much there to Sea Dragon for snagging the Sea Dragon snagging one of the hoodies. And thank you so much for being here, Arid. Appreciate that. So, Arid, I also hope that things are you're feeling better there, kind of a little bit stronger each day. All the medicine stuff working out as well as possible too. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. So Canada, that's just me joking about this. If indigo was a radiant color, this would be it. So let me here it is. So it's ice blue, and again, it's when you look at it, it's very close to. Ooh, where's my? Here we go. So see, we got the radiant green, and that basically, if you took indigo and made it much lighter, like this radiant green, that's why I just joked that this is radiant indigo, but it's just ice blue, and that is from Richardson. That's one of the first ones, Camda, that I found from the Richardson line, and that kind of made me start to think, maybe we need to look at this Richardson stuff a little closer here. So yeah, sorry about that, Camden. No problem. Yeah, I gotta stop doing that. Right? It's just it's gotten into my head so much that I just keep saying it automatically. So let's do a quick little look see here at what we got. Again, this is a 6 hours 14 minutes. I will zoom out. Nope, I'm already zoomed out there. So there you go. There's the. Well, actually, I can. Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, there you go. Now you can see the whole shebang. Here it is. Look at that. Now I was going to zoom back in again. So see, I'll shoot you a message there, recoil, and again, I'll try and get you that image there so you can see some of the stats and such. So again, this was our 40-something minute paint job, and here we had a chance to spend some more time. You really look at this. You can see the big difference there. That's where. Okay, there you go. Look at that. That is a much more elaborate job right there. So I'm going to head on over to Raging. So thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate that. And well, we'll be doing more Tau ships on our Armada Monday stream. So be there for that. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you on Monday.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Mascara. Appreciate that. We'll get you a quick little, quick roll here. Quick roll. Oh, look at that. And it's a 6. It is seriously a 6 for Mascara DM. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.